Why, hello there, universe. Happy day of the week to you. Mango. Sure. I'm down for some mango. I haven't had a mango in a long time. I don't think I've ever eaten a mango outright. It's good to see you, Del. Hopefully you're having, I suppose, a mango day. Mango flavored things are good, at least. Oh, I forgot we kind of dropped off like partway through doing stuff. Oh, heck, I didn't leave notes. Yesterday I really wasn't feeling well, and I spent a good chunk of the day in bed, which was really unfortunate and a pretty tremendous waste of time, so that wasn't very cool. But we're here today, and that's something. I'd like to say I'm feeling 100% better, but I'm not. This being said, I think we'll be fine. Given some time, we'll be fine. I'd like to make good progress today, though, if I can. I feel like I haven't accomplished as much as I want to recently. What are people sick lately? Yeah, I don't know what it was, too. I didn't even really go out much last week. I went out to the grocery store, and that was enough for me to just kind of get hit. But it wasn't really that bad. It was just like bad headaches and stuff all day. And sneezing a bunch, too. Hopefully I'm better today, fingers crossed. I'm partially just saying it's allergies to dismiss it. Our plastic looks like it could use a lot of work, but maybe we're doing better on the propane to justify another maker like this. That would be a nice use for it. I'm gonna go ahead and move this one. I want to keep this one still, but we're going to move it temporarily. And put this over here in the meantime. This is ethylene, I assume it is indeed ethylene. We're gonna replace the locale and have it so that over here we have, can I zoop ya? I can zoop ya. Yeah, like that. Do you go anywhere else? Oh, you go all the way up. All right, we're gonna have to redo this pipe altogether. We're gonna be focusing primarily on I guess not upgrade, I was gonna say upgrading, primarily on improving. That's going to be the name of the game for today. Yesterday it was just like upgrading a few things. I'd like to take some time to actually make it so everything is cash money now. So let's take some time to do that. That rhymes. Sometimes I am in fact a poet without even being aware of it. Whew. I'm very tired. Last night was rough too, if I'll be honest. It was very, very rough. But we're making it through. So what's our propene maker? It's a single alkene synthesizer, which is really like a solid maker. I think we should make a second one of these too. I had considered this before. What fluid is this? Looks like it's hydrogen. Okay, I'm gonna dump the hydrogen because we've dealt with hydrogen now. We're going to set up a second one of these. I'm gonna have to fix this cable at some point. Let's just make it adjacent for now. And we'll have to fix a bunch of cables afterwards. Oops, probably don't want to do it like that. Is this still the cube? No, this is Nullius, which is conceptually, I mean, it's another mod like cube, but the way it plays is quite a bit different. Our plan is to try and restore the world because it no longer has, what is going on here? Okay, this pipe got flooded with ethylene, I see. It no longer has any life on it, so we're trying to restore life because we're like a probe that appeared. Put the cube in or recycle with quality modules. I wish. I thought about that too. Did you beat the cube mod? I did beat the cube mod. I successfully completed the cube mod. It was a very fun time. It was very rewarding to do as well, which is always nice. So this was clearly like somehow there was a hydrogen in here, but now there's not. Where doth the hydrogen go? If you were hydrogen, where would you be? You want to make the biters? I think that's what's going to happen eventually. I'm not 100% sure on it, but it does seem to be the implication. Ah, this pipe got flooded. That's what happened. Thank goodness we have these pumps set up. Saves us a lot of heartache. There we go. So now we're doing twice the alkaline synthesis. Let's go ahead and start setting it up so that this can output the same way as well. I'm going to move these grid batteries because we don't need them for the moment. The piping here is going to be a little bit awk, but we need the extra propane which comes out of here, which is not propane, which was a shock for me to learn that those are not the same thing, but we have in fact learned it. So I'll consider that a free level up on our part. Cool, cool. So as long as our hydrogen and carbon monoxide can keep up, this should be a better source of propane, which would mean they should be able to flow a little bit better. How much propane do you need? You need 5.62 per second. You create, looks like 8 per second. Is that the left one? No, it's the middle one. You make 6 per second. So these should be fine to actually run. Unless something else is eating propane, which something else appears to be. Which one of your lines is the propane line? This one. Did I read it wrong? You need 5.62 per second. You produce 6, so why are you not running at full capacity? It looks like your propane literally only goes here. 5.62, 6. Unless I'm looking at it wrong? That's the benzene. Very strange. I appreciate the congrats though. I think we need biters to successfully like beat the game on this one. I don't really know what the wind state is because we can't exactly go to space where like a probe landed somewhere. We just want to make the planet like more inhabitable by living things. I really don't understand why this isn't producing enough. You're at full I was gonna say full cast time. Propane, boom, comes out here. I never connect the other propane. That's what it is, right? This is just a pipe full of propane that never made it across because this is over here. That makes a lot more sense. There we go. Now they're running fine. I was like, something's really weird. I can't figure out what. We got optimization 1, which gives us access to 2 modules, the haste module and the efficiency module. And now we're running plastic a little bit better. So I want to hook this back up like I was alluding to before as well, because this is at least a dump of sorts for all the extra chlorine we have. I'd like to get rid of some of the chlorine, but this on its own makes 0.5 plastic per second versus the 0.33, so it should be an improvement. Apparently I'm out of power as well, which is not really what you want to see on a day such as this with problems such as my own, but regardless of that, we will deal with the problem. I'm gonna move the sensor node as well so that it can see more of the base, because currently it's overlapping a lot of the base, and that means we can't see this side over here. So I think what I'm gonna do is hook it up over there instead, because we only have the 2 sensor nodes in total. This should also reveal more of the map for us, so it's kind of like a win-win. I just want to make sure that the map looks good. I guess there is like the safest to cover everything. Cool, looks good. Unfortunately, when the wind opts to not blow, our power production goes from solid to really not solid, so hopefully the wind will blow again. And I'm not working on power this second. Let's work on getting that plastic plug back in, and then we can progress onwards once more. I'm going to move this other grid battery as well. It doesn't have any charge in it right now, so we're not losing any power or anything. Just go somewhere else. Not here is the play. Apparently there's an empty belt as well, or at least an unused belt. Cool, so we want our output down here. We want our input over there. We currently have stuff coming like that, so that should be fine. Cool, cool. So we'll plug that in there. Plug this in on the side here. What do you need in the back here? Some ethylene. There should be ethylene galore. We just need to find it. There's ethylene in the air all around us, probably. Actually, that might be a little bit unhealthy, so perhaps not, but maybe there is. I'll never tell, though. It'll be my secret. Maybe you can coerce me to tell at some point, but not right now. Aw, heck. I guess not aw, heck. These pipes are really scrungly bucked, but regardless, we now have our plastic setup improved by 0.5 plastic per second, which still isn't amazing, but I do think it's a market improvement, and these will continue to run on their own. It seems like these are fine to sustain now. They don't eat that much of anything, really. The alkene synthesis is a really easy recipe with tons of carbon monoxide. We overbuilt it, in fact. For producing 800 megawatts steam only, I wish I could produce that much. We're struggling, but with our restrictions, I think we're doing just fine. Cool, so what I wanted to work towards was roboports specifically, because getting bots to start doing things would be so nice. So what are the paths we need to hit for that? 1, the fueling demonstration. 2, the logistics demonstration. And 3, the freight logistics demonstration, which could be good because we want to set up rails soon anyways, but bots will make that easier. So let's start with the canister demonstration. The requirement for the canister demonstration is consuming 2 hydrogen and water. I think it's 2 hydrogen and water canisters, 2 hydrogen, 1 water. So let's go ahead and figure out what the heck those canisters are. So canisters are barrel, one-way valve, aluminum sheet. Easy enough to make. I don't remember if I set up one-way valves. I think I might have in the mall somewhere. Then we got empty canister, and then there's a recipe to empty the canisters in a pump. This will just make water, so I guess this is for moving fluids, I suppose? We have a recipe for emptying water canisters. We don't have one for hydrogen canisters. I wonder if there's just not a recipe we can see. We need to make a pump or whatever it's called anyways. A barrel pump. Cool. So let's start that, and then I don't know how important canisters are. Should we like totes set them up or not? It's producing or consuming a giant amount of coal. That makes complete sense that it would be with all that steam. Oof, I am struggling. I'm so tired right now. Okay. So let's put down the barrel pump and see how it functions. Let's experiment with it first because this is something I'm not familiar with. My inventory is such a mess. There's a barrel pump. Cool. So we'll just steal some power over here. Canister emptying. It can fill normal barrels, which is good to know. But how the heck do we consume hydrogen canister? It has a fuel value, and its spent value is a water canister. Okay, I see. So the idea is we want to make hydrogen canisters, which we'll look at. What were hydrogen canisters? They were inside a chem plant, hydrogen, oxygen, and empty canister. So let's go ahead and get a chem plant down. We have chem plants automated. We should have a bunch on us. We certainly do. Let's go over to the hydrogen and oxygen. I feel like most things are hydrogen and oxygen. I have to go. Bye. Have fun. Thanks so much for stopping in. Hopefully you have a lovely one yourself. Okay, let's go ahead and just quickly steal some of this over here. I could set this up somewhere else if it turns out we'd need a bunch of canisters as time goes on. I don't know if we will or not, though. I'm going to operate under the assumption we might eventually. But for this checkpoint, we don't. And I imagine the checkpoint's main focus is just kind of like figure out what you're doing more than anything else. So how do we spend the canister? I imagine a car is going to be the play. Oh, we make five canisters per craft anyways, so even better. They're really inexpensive, actually. So we have hydrogen and oxygen. So I guess theoretically I could put it in here, right? Would this take a canister? It would. That's gonna take a long time to empty, though. Surely I can spend a bunch by, like, doing this, though, right? How much is 5 megajoules? Okay, yeah, the bots can slurp it up once we get a few things set. Cool, it shouldn't take that long. In that case, we'll go on a little bot vacation for a little bit. I don't know why I'm putting stuff over here. I should probably do this somewhere more traveled. I don't know, I started doing this locale up here. I guess I'll do it downward towards the chemistry section of the base. I wonder if calling it the chemistry section is like the most normie thing to do. It does feel kind of normie-y. I don't know how else to describe it. But like, look, I never took a chemistry class. I don't know what to tell you. It's chemistry to me. I mean, it is chemistry, but like, surely there's like a better term for it. Our stack of stuff over here looks kind of crazy on the map. I don't know why. I guess it's just the organization. All right, so cool. It's already spent almost both of them from just this section alone, which means we can now reclaim some water canisters. I will have them place this last bit down though too, because we're almost done. And now I need to consume a water canister to finish the original request. Because we've consumed 2 hydrogen ones now, assuming that'll count, and then we simply put water in here. So if we spend hydrogen canisters, which are made in a chem plant. Then we put them through a barrel pump, which then will give us water back, which will probably just shoot into like an offload somewhere of water, like a pond, I imagine. Either way, that's a checkpoint done, so we should have some stuff to do. Hydrogen hydrocarbon combustion, which means we can make methanol canisters. Methane combustion one. Oh, that's interesting. We can burn methane now for steam. Methanol and oxygen gives a crazy amount, and some carbon dioxide as well. Hydrogen canister flushing means we can just take hydrogen straight out of a canister now. And methanol canister flushing. Cool. Weird. I guess the nice side of this is you could transport a bunch of hydrogen across a long area with a loss of only oxygen, but I don't really know the point of it. But then again, it's just flushing. So flushing, there's probably a reason why you'd want the hydrogen instead of the water. No, because like you only get the water when it's spent, right? So I guess that is for transportation. Very strange. I guess you wouldn't really want to use pipes that long, so it makes sense. Oh, we can make rails already? I should probably set up automation for these like immediately. It also takes gravel, which is shocking because I've been destroying all of the gravel forever. Never mind, I apparently use gravel for something. Good job, pass me. The mall is growing outward, which I'm not thrilled about. So if we can avoid that in the future, that would be good. Looks like hydrocarbon combustion 2 is done. We can move over to freight logistics, which gives us access to train stops and then fluid wagons. And was that small tank 3 as well? Or small tank 1? Interesting. I wonder if small tank 1 is just a craft for fluid wagon or if it's like its own thing. Oh yeah, we only have medium tanks. Weird. I wonder why we're unlocking small tanks so late or what the value of them is. I imagine it's like a size thing. It's very strange since we did it the opposite for basically everything else. Let's move this power pole up one because I'm going to quickly take some more of this. We're going to set up our rail production here. This seems like a fine spot. We can probably nab the steel from right above it, which is most of the steps, as well as these steel rods, which are right here. So we'll go ahead and start setting this up. Looks like steel plates, which might be a double stepper. It's just ingots. Okay, I was thinking that might have to go 2 levels to get in. So we've got our steel ingots. We need our plastic, which we can nab from over here. So we'll do a few undergrounds. And then grab our plastic, which still isn't looking the best, but I think that plastic's just going to be kind of in short supply. Maybe I have a bad read on it, but that's certainly the vibe I've gotten for now. The question is, what do I do with this gravel to bring it across? My initial thought was just undergrounding here. Maybe I'll stick with that for now. Whoops, that's not exactly where we want the underground. That's a one off of where we want the underground. We'll send it over here. So that's rails, at least. I wouldn't say it's the most eloquent rails I've ever made, but it's rails all the more, and it gets the job done. The reason we're doing this now is because we're almost certainly going to want to start setting up rails soon. We're going to have a check for it. I actually have it available right now, which is for placing 150 straight rails anyway. So I'm sure we can't handcraft locomotives either. I think we need to set up motors next, which I think takes the lubricant we had. So let's look at locomotive. Yeah, motor 1. So... oh, it also takes generator 1. Interesting. Let's start by making motors. I don't know if we can handcraft them. It looks like cargo wagon is actually the one thing we can't handcraft, so maybe we can handcraft motors. I'm used to engine units not being handcraftable. So cargo wagon. What do you need? They're only main assemblers. Graphite small chest 2. Oh, interesting. I don't think I've ever set up small chest 2. We have small chest 1, but not 2. Steel plate, steel rod, steel beam, and then lubricant for the cargo wagon as well. I guess that makes sense since the wagons have wheels, right? And I think the lubricant generally goes into things with wheels. I wonder where the rubber is used in this, though. Do I have rubber coming up here? I could have sworn I did. The rubber goes to here and then nowhere else. I think we're probably going to want rubber to come up to the general mall we have up here. It feels like the right plan to me. Let's see how much rubber is used in total. It's not used in a lot, actually. It is used in insulated wire, though. which is used in motor 2. Yeah, we're gonna want it up here, I think. Yeah, we need it. If belt 2 takes motor 2, then there's no question. It's non-negotiable. I'm gonna go ahead and start bringing rubber up with the other stuff at the top of our base. Again, I'm gonna try to focus the top of the base being ideally just kind of like stuff that we use for the mall, and then we can build the mall upward with hopefully very little headache. I'm already kind of dreading trying to like get this through the base though. But the show must go on and we must move it, so onward and upward to greener pastures, hopefully. I think I'll actually cut the rubber across here. I was gonna go across that side there, but it seems like it'll be much nicer to just cut it across here. I think in the future we're gonna want it on this side anyways. Just to bring it alongside the bus itself, really. I'll do a few more underground so we can sneak it up here. There we go. So now we have rubber alongside the main bus, which I think will be useful eventually, I hope. If not, it's no big deal, but at least it's there because we need to start by making locomotives. And with that, we need cargo wagons. So let's start with cargo wagons. Small chest 2, steel plate, steel rod, steel beam, so a boatload of steam. Whatever small chest 2 is, then some graphite. Other than that, it's really not bad. It looks like there's some iron required in the total raw. I imagine that's from steel chest 1. Or small chest 1, I should say. So let's look at chest 1, iron rod, iron sheets, and then there's the rubber. So it's small chest 1, rubber, steel rod, steel sheets. I think I do have the chest set up over here. I do. It's currently being used directly for making small inserters. We're going to make our own. We certainly are going to make our own. So let's go ahead and remake stuff over here to start. Going to the left here for mall stuff is totally valid, and we haven't taken advantage of any of that space, so let's take advantage of that space now. Apparently I have no normal size assemblers, so let's go ahead and grab a few of those as well. Oh my gosh, I forgot to limit the box. Like, it's not that bad, but that is really unfortunate. It's a lot of wasted materials. There's no chance we're gonna use that many. I mean, I guess we could theoretically, but it would have been nicer probably to have the raw materials at least in the interim. So let's do it one step at a time. So we need small chest 1, or yeah, small chest 1, and then copy that over. We'll do small chest 2. And then we need, I don't know what locomotive is made in. Not logo, locomotive. We also need generator. So let's look at generator. That takes insulated wire, combustion chamber, open turbine, small cargo pod 1. Wow, apparently I mistook what the difficult part was. Small chest 1. Okay, so small chest 1 will feed 2 of these. This is 0.5 per second, eats 0.33, eats 0.33. This is fine. It's not a perfect ratio, but for the sake of brevity in space, I don't think we're going to need to be doing... I mean, unless the science pack takes locomotives, at which point, you know, egg on my face, but I think this should be sufficient for it. Open turbine, when will be the next one? This takes motor 1, pipe 1. Wow, this is actually going to be a really complex recipe. Motor. Okay, so we have a core 1 here. We're also gonna need pipe 1. Yeah, I'm really glad I opted to do this up here. I was debating not doing it up here and instead doing it further away. Oh, we actually have pipes already on the bus. Really glad I did that. I kind of did that in a whim. Usually I don't bother with something like that, but it's been nothing but beneficial since we did it. So let's look at insulated wires, which take rubber and aluminum wire. We brought up our aluminum and stuff. And we just need combustion chamber. Oh my gosh. This is actually quite a bit. I wonder if I should start making like the bus have... No, I think it's probably better to make the materials on site. It's going to take a lot more power the more of these machines I make though. I'm almost tempted to just have like 5 lanes of each material already processed, because I don't know if the ingots are used for much besides their original stuff, but it's probably easier to not. It looks like they're just used for their primary stuff. Regardless of that, we have them on a bus here. We'll just make them on site like we were saying. I think I'll probably just have like, I'll look at the recipe and I'll go, all right, we need steel gears, we need iron sheets, etc., etc. I'm not going to go through all of it right now. And then I'll make all of it, have it go on lines, and then pick from them and then put them together at the end. So let's start with the iron stuff first, because iron is simple, I suppose, if nothing else. We need to get some iron. Oops, probably want that to be a little bit longer. Go ahead and use a splitter and then steal some iron. Gonna go ahead and also move all this stuff to the side because we have plenty of space here, and I will almost certainly be using a good chunk of it with this build alone. I didn't think trains are going to be so complex. We have no more research we can do. We only have checkpoints, so we're going to be focusing on checkpoints for at least the interim for a little bit. Did I ever set up foundries? It looks like no, but I remember them being really easy to make, so maybe it won't matter. They're kind of easy to make, I guess. Alright, so what do we need? We need a foundry with iron plates, and then a foundry with... maybe we don't need iron plates, let's see. You need iron plates. So we need iron plates, iron rods, iron wire. We at least need 3 of the base iron things. So let's make this one into iron wire. We need iron gears? I think we do. I think we need literally every, like, sub-element of iron possible. I guess not, technically, because we don't need the sheets, or... I feel like I saw the sheets, actually. Hold on. That's wire. That's sheets. We need every sub-item of iron, which is really unfortunate. I think what we'll do is we'll double layer stuff, right? So I'm going to put it so that these 2 are on the same one, because they're already for this assembler here, and the other 2 are on the other one. Just for the sake of brevity. Let's start there, though. I don't know if it's more for brevity or for, like, space, but it's kind of the same energy, right? Cool, so we feed that in over there. And what I'll do is, how do we want to do this, actually? I feel like I can kind of make this nice with the variable inserters we have. So hear me out, right? If we go like this, we can have basically like 3 lanes of placing. Oh, I actually think I can make this look kind of nice. We want to shift L, is it? Yeah, I'm toggling them, but you won't be able to see because I don't have power right now. I guess you could technically see the mark on it and how far it'll grab. So these are the ones that'll put it on. And then I wanted to layer them like this. So I'll have it drop like this. And then these will end on the belt right here, and then we can have the same effect over here. I think I'll use a different underground locale, though, for aesthetic value. Doesn't make that big of a difference. I think this looks a little bit nicer, though. Cool. So this saves us a little bit of space. Not a crazy amount, but a little bit of space. I'll get rid of that, too, so that we can just use a power pole over there. I'm just going to turn it on to make sure that actually like functions. Oh, I forgot how you work. I thought you needed the direct stuff. Never mind. New plan. This doesn't work. But maybe it still does, actually. Weirdly enough. Let's make this over to sheet instead. And then we simply... whoops, change the length of this one. And then we... well, this one's in the wrong spot anyways. Rotate this one. And then rotate this one. So now this is loading the belt how I wanted it to, and this one is as well. It's a little bit more jank looking than I would have anticipated, but hey, it works, right? Now we have a belt, or I guess 2 belts with our 4 materials coming through. And it's fairly compact. It could be more compact, certainly, but it's compact enough. It'll be sufficient. Next, we'll look at the medium assembler. Move that over there. It's iron rod and iron sheet, which unfortunately are 2 different ones for me, or at least on 2 different belts. This being said, I'm gonna kind of treat this like we have our own little iron bus here. It'll be our secret. Please don't tell anyone. That way we can feed it like that, and that should be one of our first materials done. I could even move this over one to save a single space. So that's small chest 1 done. Small chest 1 is going to need to feed 2 different things, which is going to be small chest 2 as well as small cargo pod 1. Small cargo pod 1 is going to be, I think, the smartest one to put here, because we can simply... Oh, I can just use a longer inserter, actually. I don't have to make this as complex as I am. I keep forgetting we have the variable inserters. Perfect. So this one only needs iron wire, which is going to be right here. So this one is effectively done already. Very easy. Now we have small cargo pod 1 done. I think what I'll do is, so we need the cargo pod for what? For the generator specifically. We need the chest for small chest 2. And what does small chest 2 use for? For fun? Why the heck do we need small chest 2? Did I forget to something? I must have forgotten to set something up. Why the heck do we need small chest 2? Oh, it is using cargo wagon. Oh, I didn't set up cargo wagon. I only set up locomotive. That explains it. I was like, something is weird here. Cargo wagon. Perfect. Wonderful. So now we know that small chest 2 and graphite are going to feed up here, but there's actually no other major thing for cargo wagon 1 past small chest 2. So I think small chest 2 is going to go above here, which fits just fine, and then I can have cargo wagon over here. And because cargo wagon is used as a final thing, we'll probably put it on a belt with something like glass or something if we can. But cargo wagon's remaining inputs are, gosh, it has 6 of them actually, one of which is a fluid, which is a little bit unfortunate, but we can probably feed the fluid this way to save a little bit of space. So we want steel rod, steel sheet, and rubber. I think I'll start doing the steel slightly above where we are now. It appears we have a bunch of space to build upwards, so I'm not sweating building this too high. I could have built it farther down there, but sometimes I like to build a little bit low anyway, so we'll consider it a good time in the future. We're just preparing for future Miko to have a more pleasurable time with the experience and not be quite as miserable with the bad placement, hopefully. Let's go ahead and bring this stuff up. Really, I meant to say pleasant and the wrong word came out, and that's really rough. Like, I had a really rough night. I haven't really talked about it much, but like, low-key, it was probably one of the worst nights of sleep I've ever had in my life. Maybe not like the worst. I don't mean like sleep either, because I wasn't told sleeping is the problem. We need steel rod and steel sheets. Steel rods take steel plates, so we'll do that over here. I want to actually move this up 1. And then we want steel rods over here, which I think are just on their own. They are indeed. Cool. Whoops. Probably want to not be there. So how do I want to do this? Probably want to put them on the same belt so I can output like this maybe, and then move you back 1. Have your input be like this and a longer one, and then have your output be like this. Then I'll put them on the same belt. These are very strange builds with these longer inserters. I wonder if inserter 2 has the same variability. It probably does. But because they have the same speed as a normal inserter, I don't have to really worry about it too much. We just set it and forget it. Probably want to give it power though before we forget it realistically. Okay, so rubber is next, and that's going to be a little bit annoying to get into this. We'll need to bring it around this spot here. It won't be that bad, but it's a little bit annoying. This being said, it's certainly doable, so we will do it. Go ahead and bring that through there. It's really tough to tell there's rubber on here. I keep thinking we're like out of rubber effectively. Never run out of rubber. Sweet. So we've reached one more issue with my thinky build design. And that's offloading the rubber. Or the boxes, which isn't impossible. Wait, no, I don't have to offload them. I lied. They only have to go here. This is just fine. It can be fairly slow too. This is all good. This is fine. Fantastic. Oof. We can take a victory for sure. So we already have steel rods on a belt right here, but we also need steel plates on their own, as well as steel beams. So what I'm thinking we'll do is double dip on this with our steel plates. Underground here with our rubber. A lot of this is just going to be kind of like very compact, getting things where I want them to go. I think that's our best course of action currently. One more underground here so that we can tap into this once more. Because we're going to want the steel rods from this. Nothing else granted, but the steel rods is a good choice. Let's actually move this back one, because then we can have the luxury of turning it as well. Whoops, I put it in the wrong spot. Cool. So now we can feed this over here, and we have the boxes done. We got the steel plates done. We have the steel rods done. We don't have the steel beams done yet. Steel beams, I believe, are made from these plates, if I'm remembering correctly. They're made from these. Okay. Still doable. Just a little bit less pretty every time we change something, unfortunately. Well, so with steel beams doing this, we can... What can we do to make this kind of salvaged? Unfortunately, with the side of the belt this is on, it's kind of rough. This is like the least eloquent build of all time, but I'm going to commit to it anyways. It gets it where I need to, and with so many inputs on something like this, I'd rather keep it a little bit less eloquent but functional, if that makes sense. Now, I'm realizing that I'm building a little bit too close to the bus. This is going to make it a lot more difficult to add to the bus. I did leave 2 more lanes, but this might have to all move. Hopefully, by the time we have bots, then we'll move it. Before then, we'll avoid any sort of conflict. Being that I've already added, I think, like 3 things I didn't expect to add to the bus, but our bus is already like 7 things, so hopefully 7 will be sufficient for now. Let's go ahead and make it so these steel plates and steel beams are accessible, and then we just need to bring graphite over on its own. Thankfully, graphite is a fairly simple one. And again, this is why I didn't want to go too crazy when it came to loading here, so that we'd have space for graphite as well. I thought graphite was on the main bus, but it appears it actually isn't. It does come up to here. That's probably why I assumed as such. I'm going to just do the rest of the work and bring it across here and then fuse it into the bus, because we do have a line for it here. I have run out of belts though, so let's quickly replenish some of those and then move on to getting that done. We're getting good progress on getting locomotives set up. We could theoretically do like most of the handcrafting for them as well after this point. It is a little bit silly that like this is like a pretty significant amount of work for something that I can't imagine really needs automation. You don't use that many trains, do you? This is where like I look at the camera and smile because I know I'm going to be using a ridiculous amount of trains by the time I beat this. There's really no question about it. Now that I've played it for a little bit, this is certainly much harder than Ultra Cube. If nothing else, it makes my brain hurt a little bit more. I got a text message, but it's nothing major right now, so I won't deal with it. That is what we like to call a future Miko problem. Not a current Miko problem. I was going to bring the lubricant across the top, but I'm actually thinking the bottom is better so I don't accidentally build in front of something. So currently the lubricant goes into a tank over here. We've produced very little of it. due to a lack of methanol. To my memory, we just make like very little methanol. Hopefully we don't need too much lubricant. I mean, 2.7 thousand isn't nothing, but at the same time, it's certainly not like a significant number, right? So hopefully we can get enough. You know, we don't have to make it perfect. We just have to make it for now. Probably going to be some better recipe for methanol, or we could just scale up our methanol and be fine. It's exactly where I wanted the belt to come through. I'm glad that I did it properly. I do see that we need a pump, and I will fix that in but a moment. I think I'm going to use a one-way pump here if we have one on me. We don't. We have normal pumps. I mean, okay, so like we don't necessarily need a normal pump here per se. Like I guess technically we can. The extra like pump speed isn't necessary though. That's what I like to call bonus. Hey, look at that. We've started making Cargo Wagon 1. It is a vehicle with a weight of 600, a stack size of 5, and a storage size of 25. Which means we finished exactly 1/5, kind of. It's not exactly 1/5. 1/5 of the locomotive. I think that was the easier of the two things we really need to like properly do. Motors are simple enough. Steel gears and glass may as well not be automation at all. Let's work on generator next. I probably would have started with this one initially had I known how difficult the build looked. Maybe I'm overvaluing it though. I feel like I'm overselling it by a lot. It didn't look that bad. Open turbine, combustion engine, insulated wire. Open turbine is just a lot of iron related things and some iron sheets. We also need motor, which is just core materials. Combustion chamber is a little bit annoying on its own though. I think we'll start with the motors and then do open turbine 1. Then probably the combustion chamber, then the insulated wire. I think this is the most logical thing for our current build. So let's start building this over here. So motor 1 requires, it looks like plastic iron plates, iron rods, and iron wires. And wouldn't you know that most of that is already accessible right here. Other than the plastic, which isn't being used for this build at all. Thank goodness for that, because I'm going to be honest with you, our plastic build's actually backing up a little bit. It's not going to be for long. Is that steel or iron? Our steel is also gunked. I mean, we just have a small stack right now. I told myself once we get trains and stuff, I'll scale up. Smile. Probably. We'll probably do it. We'll almost certainly do it. This being said, we're out of underground belts now as well, so let's go ahead and replenish some of those. And with those set down, I was like, what am I grabbing again? It's the plastic. I totally forgot it was the plastic. I'll grab that, bring it across here. Bring it up and then plug it in. Sweet. So plastic, iron plate, iron rod, iron wire. And that is motor 1 done. Next from motor 1, we need, or excuse me, for open turbine 1, we need pipe 1, iron sheet, iron gear. Wouldn't you know, most of it's here. Technically iron gear isn't here, so let's do iron gear to start, and then we'll put them both on the same belt over here. Iron gear, I imagine it's just iron plate. Oh, it's also rod as well. Wouldn't you know, both the things we need are right here in this double line. It's almost like I thought ahead for once. Doesn't really sound like me though, so maybe not. Maybe it was a fluke. Cool. So iron gear wheels and motor 1 are going to be on a line together. Iron sheets are already accessible. So what I'm going to do is put this over here. We're going to feed inward where the iron sheet is, and then we're going to have this underground here, and then boom. That should be everything we need to feed into this particular machine. I guess I'll just bring the line across so it looks a little bit nicer as well. And then we need our pipes, right? We have a pipe bus pipe. We have pipes. We have many pipes. We have so many pipes. I'd argue we have all of the pipes. Unfortunately, that means filling my inventory with more graphite and garbage, so my inventory is already getting quite full. So I'm gonna run over to the loser box, wherever I put it, over here, and go ahead and dump some more stuff in there, because I certainly don't need all this. All that plastic too is just like kind of a waste to have on us right now. Again, I'd like to evolve up to the newer pipes. So I'm going to put those in there as well. Since we have new pipes automated and everything, we may as well just commit to it. If anything's not like usable as like a handcrafty thing, I don't really want it. Don't necessarily need a barrel or crucible. Keep the Lego bricks on us for now. Landfill is always useful. At least we got some spaces now. It's better than nothing. It was not ideal, but it's better than nothing. So let us return once more onto the breach and see what's going on. Right, undergrounds to grab the pipes for our pipe bus. So here looks like a fine place for it. We will do 2 is fine. Normally I do 3 to pull out something from the bus, which is kind of a waste of space, but in this particular locale, 2 works fine, and we've already kind of gunked this area a little bit anyway, so it'll be fine. I'm going to bring this up along here, then along here, then along here, and then here is fine. Now I'll just feed it in with one of the longer ones, and this should be open turbine 1 done. Sweet. Next up, we will need, there we go, combustion chamber. Combustion chamber is small furnace 1 and medium tank 1. So I actually forgot 2 of the assemblers I need. So we'll look at small furnace 1, which is right over here. Stone brick, iron plate, iron wire. I don't think stone bricks are part of my mall, unfortunately. I know I have stone bricks. They're down here. Yikes. And I was just like talking about how we really need to like not build too close because the bus itself is getting a little too crowded. Too many people getting on recently. We can fit 1 more line. Stone bricks, I guess, will be the one. How important are they? They're really not used in much. They are used in large assembler 1 though. So I think we kind of need to bring them up, or at least we should. I can move this entire thing a little bit later, assuming that we have access to like some kind of bots. I really just need bots, that's it. The solution is always bots. It's always been bots. It's been bots the whole time. We've just been waiting for them. We have some bots, but not many bots. I'm trying to think about how we're going to bring this upward. Why not this line here? Looks good to me. I'm gonna go ahead and put one of those thingies so we double side the bell. Which side do we need on? This one looks good. That one looks good. Cool. So now for the fun part, which is just bringing it up. And there I was thinking, whoops, don't want you to get pipes on here. There I was thinking, hey, at least we have some space to add more stuff. And then all the space disappeared in an instant. I mean, I guess technically the stone bricks can just die here for now. I'm going to bring them up all the way though, just in case I need them later. Plus, honestly, just polluting this whole thing with a bunch of stone bricks is probably a good thing because we have so many of them sitting around. Regardless of that, let's bring this up and bring it across here. Stone brick, iron plate, iron wire. So our iron plates and wires are up there. I guess I'll do kind of what I was rocking before. Because these are both going to need to go across the belt here, so having it so that they're spaced out so that they can feed each other like this will be a very good idea. I will need to make this cross somewhere though. No, I guess I don't need to. I guess I can just have it go straight across. Wonderful. So we'll have this set up over here, which will feed in. Then we just need our stone bricks, or excuse me, our iron wires and our iron plates, which will be over here. Those are both for this? Yeah, they are. Okay, cool. We're almost good. This is our, like, it's not that big, but this is like a fairly complex thing for just making something honestly kind of mundane. Not that I'm complaining, but it might sound like I am just a little bit. Cool. So iron wire goes over to here. There we go. And put down the underground, and then we can have that feed in over here. And now we have 3 of the 4 things we require for making generator 1. Where's motor 1 being made? Motor 1 are going to be used twice, it looks like. Which is good to learn now. We're going to use another underground trick here. I say underground trick when it's not just like using an underground belt effectively. It's a secret trick. Don't tell anyone. Okay, so there's motor 1. We have cargo wagon up here already. We do need to make steel gears somewhere on site, which I think is from steel plates, but I'm not entirely sure. Let me check quickly. Steel plates and steel rods, wouldn't you know it to be true? There's not actually a great place to make it. I mean, we can make a great place, unfortunately. My design is not quite conducive to a fantastic time when it comes to stuff like that. Our power is also ultra gunked. I really wish I could filter as well. That's kind of neither here nor there, though. Alright, let's make this longer. Then we can yoink that out of there, and then it should only grab... Oops, the requisite items. And then I should be able to do just this, and then an inserter, and it should work sufficiently. It's not the prettiest, but it should be fine for now. Did I ever finish this build? I sure heck didn't. I was thinking ahead on the gear wheels for that. Let's go back over here. So we have the combustion engines. Oh, I didn't actually finish this build either. Nuts. I thought we needed the furnaces themselves. Stop, stop, stop. I'm so far ahead of myself. So combustion engine needs furnace and medium tank. So if we can put that over here, actually, that would be ideal. So let's just move this down a little bit. And we'll move this in its place, and we'll do like the same design we just had before. It'll still be totes functional. We just need to change a little bit of it. We've already got the framework, so it's not too bad. We'll just bring this across like we were doing before. We'll have this feed here, and then we'll figure out how to make that, what is it, medium tank 2? Medium tank 1. So we'll change this over to medium tank 1. Iron rod, iron sheet, and then pipe 1. I feel like I was making that exact thing here. It's not exact, but close enough. This being said, what's the best way for me to do this? I think we'll do what we did before, where this doesn't actually direct feed. Instead, we're going to have it go over 1. I know I'm wasting materials effectively by doing this, but it's fine. I'm not mad, you're mad. I'm really not that mad either. In case that wasn't entirely evident, but I got a funny feeling you might have picked up on that. I wonder if I could have made this a lot more eloquent. I feel like the answer is always yes when asking that question. I really didn't expect this to be my build for trains, though. This is like basically the size of the rest of the mall. Wonderful. So we'll bring this across here. Iron rods and sheets. So we'll set that up. 1 more power pole should be enough. And there we go. So now we have our tanks. Ooh, do these feed onto the right side? Somehow they do. I think. Okay, they totes don't. I thought this design worked. Heck. We can salvage it, though. We can salvage it. I thought I could share a line here, which was greedy. There we go. It's a little bit space wasteful. I mean, it's really not, though, because if we were going to underground either of them, it was going to have to be like this. You're not getting stone bricks anymore. Ah, okay. Oops. I was thinking that was where the stone bricks needed to go. That was my mistake. Cool. So now steel furnace ones are being made, or small furnace ones, as well as medium tank ones, which are going to the combustion chamber one, which will go on the belt into generator one. My poor brain is struggling right now. Generator one doesn't even need motor one. Ah, motor one's needed for this over here. Right. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, so generator one is now just missing the insulated wire, and then we have the build done to make trains. So insulated wire is aluminum wire and then rubber. I believe we have a rubber line. We certainly do. I think our best bet here is to make this on the upper side. There's been a lot of weight on the bottom side right now. And this is our first use of aluminum as well. It's also rubber kind of on the pathway, sort of. Totes is actually. We'll move this back one so that we can nab the rubber across the line here. This is kind of like a beautiful, like, chaos now that I'm looking at it. Everything, like, barely works, but it works, you know? And all we need is aluminum wire to pair alongside that. I say all we need, like, it's not the tallest order in the universe. So let's do, I guess I'll just split it over here. We'll do a splitter. Have our lovely aluminum come out here, and then I'll make the aluminum on site, which is what I've been doing with everything else. I guess I'll just direct feed. May as well, right? Direct feed right here. I think aluminum wire might need to go through 2 steps, though. It does. Cool. So we actually have, like, the perfect amount of space. We're slightly out of foundries as well, which is so unfork knife. I should really set up foundry automation. I didn't really realize how much I'd be making, but with how I've designed them all, where I'm making everything on site out of the raw materials, which I think is, I mean, look, if we had, look at our bus size right now, which is already struggling. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wide, 8 if you count the pipe one, 9 even if you count the sand. If I did it with every material, it would genuinely be like 25, 30, 40 wide. Like, it would be a lot. So I'm thinking it's probably better to do it like this. It's part of it being a little bit more clunky down the line. I put the wrong recipe on that one. There we go. So aluminum rods into aluminum wires into insulated wire with the rubber. And the insulated wire will fit right across here, which I'm going to do on this side actually for the sake of space. And then we're getting close. We now have 4 our locomotives. Also, we should probably put some of these in a box somewhere. Although currently we don't have the luxury of doing so. I guess we can always nab some off the line itself. Gonna have to if we come up here for locomotives anyways. So locomotives take motor 1, which we have on this belt here. It takes cargo wagon 1, same belt. Generator 1, boom, that belt. Now we need steel gear and we need glass. I think I started making steel gears over here. I totes did, so we just need to bring the steel gear and then the glass. Currently glass is not a part of our mall. Our glass is made down here. I feel like glass comes up here for some reason though. Where the heck is the glass? There's the glass. Cool, so the glass goes here, which is, it needs to go over there. That's the problem right now. So, apparently our mall is getting 1 more lane. Or our bus, excuse me, is getting 1 more lane. To make it across the law. I didn't think it'd be possible to add more lanes, but it turns out it is. You just have to believe in yourself. And that's something I feel that people often struggle to do. I'm getting so many text messages today. Sweet, that was the one I was waiting for too. I gotta get some very minor surgery in the near future, so I was waiting to hear about it. I'll have to give them a text message in a little bit. Cool, so this should be the glass coming down here. I also want the steel, which I will just have come out here. I've run out of belts 1 more. Give me some more, please. Where are the belts? Where were you when belt was kill? It's the kind of stuff I say and then I'm like, oh god, I'm so old. I'm not hitting the 6-7s. I'm hitting the where were you when phone was kill. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. I'm actually surprised there's a stone here. I was gonna comment on how it's nice there's so few stones in the actual like world itself. You know what? Let's move this over one. I really wish we had filtered inserters too. That would be so nice. You don't think about how nice they are until you don't have them anymore. Okay, I don't think I missed anything. Though granted, I don't think I missed anything is like the prime way to find out you did miss something, but this might be... Looks pretty good to go to me. I want to just insert these steel gears because I picked them up myself, and now we have locomotives. This section here is the locomotives on its own. Maybe that's kind of normal. It doesn't feel super normal to me. Oh my gosh. A locomotive of my own. Now, I noticed there's only a handful of wagons here, which is a little bit alarming to me. Small chest 2 is currently out of... We're just out of steel altogether. Honestly, not that surprising, all things considered, but I got a locomotive. And one of our checks was for placing a locomotive, a train stop, and 150 rails. So we got the locomotive out of that whole thing, which was the goal. We're certainly going to need to improve the steel, which means we need to improve the iron. But currently, it just looks like we don't crush enough iron. Perhaps because we don't mine enough iron? No, we just don't simply crush enough. So stuff to improve. This is good, though. Locomotive means we could start shipping in things like iron, ideally. Fingers crossed. Might be easier said than done. Time will have to tell on that one, though. I'd also like to make a car pretty soon, too. Though we don't have any fuel either. How did we end up doing on rails? I think I forgot to limit the rail box. I sure heckin' did. That's probably where a lot of our steel went. I'll limit it over here. So we need to place 150 rails, so I'll grab the 169 in there. Also, rail is generally, whoops, something I like to have on my board as well. So I'm going to grab rail really quick and put that down there. I also want to make a car in the meantime. So we have, oh, it takes a locomotive. Surely we'll make one more locomotive in the meantime. I really want to make the car because we want to place rails for the completion, but I'd rather place the rails in such a way that's actually like useful. And the car is going to make it way quicker to get around. Sweet, we do have one more locomotive. All right, we're going to make a car really quick. So what does that take to make? It's an assembler. Let's place down a medium assembler. It's going to need air as well to pump up the tires, which I think genuinely is really, really cute. I'm actually quite a big fan of that. So let's go ahead and grab some of our air to pump up the tires. Our air makers are over here. I don't think our air really travels very far. Looks like it traveled a little bit far. Okay, everything is here. We just need to give it some power. Is that not? That's nitrogen. That's nitrogen. That's not air. It looks like air in nighttime. That's nitrogen. This is air over here. Apparently the air is over there as well, though. Regardless, let's just replace it down here. Nitrogen is not quite as delectable as air is the thing about nitrogen. Like, you can breathe in nitrogen. You can totally breathe in nitrogen, right? You can breathe in helium. How different are nitrogen and helium? Have I mentioned I haven't taken a chemistry class? All right, let's go ahead and grab our automobile. I'm very excited about the car. Oh, it's got a really nice storage space in it, too. We can put so much junk in there. So it can run batteries, hydrogen canisters, and methanol canisters. I guess we'll fill up a few hydrogen canisters because those looked fairly easy to fill up to my memory. I think we plugged them in over here. And we have some canisters on us too. Maybe we didn't store them. I don't think we did, but we might have. Cool. We have 10 canisters. So hydrogen and what is this called? Oxygen. I mean, that makes sense. Probably. Right. And we're also on a new pipe grind set. New day, new me, new pipe. So we'll switch over to red pipes whenever we're doing this kind of stuff. I keep pushing Q on the other pipes. I was like really bad with Q for a long time. I never even like knew it existed. Sweet. It looks like we might be a little bit behind on hydrogen. Nah, we're actually just fine. You have 5 megajoules. I don't really know how much a megajoule is in like car lingo, to be honest, but I'm hoping it's enough for us to like drive around a little bit and then I can place some rails on the way back. It'll be fun to see regardless. Let's pick this up really quick and then disconnect all of our pipes rather than just some of our pipes. Awesome. Probably want to hold on to this blueprint for now as well. All right, so did I pick up the car? Where is the car? There's the car. I was like, I thought it was out here. What happened? All right, it's working. Our color is actually like the default engineer color. I didn't even realize. I kind of like the purple that we had there for a little bit too. I don't know what color to go for. That's fine. We can always change it later. Okay, this is a tremendous amount of fuel in regards to like actually going somewhere. Fueling robots is expensive. Fueling a car is apparently dirt cheap. So we're gonna take a drive around and see. Calcite, cool, but not what we're looking for. What are you? Bauxite. This is more what we're looking for. Not necessarily bauxite in this case, but I'm happy, oops, to see that there's some around. I'm also glad our car didn't take damage from that. I kind of thought it might. We're looking for iron. Iron is the goal here. I think that's our most important resource, and if we find a nice iron area that we can send back, we can start really expanding. Oh, but it's very barren. I'm kind of expecting to see biters. Here we go. A nice spot, unfortunately tarnished by a chunk of water splitting right through it. I think we'll keep chopping, though it does look like there's like a two-headed ogre kind of doing like a kick in the air because they're so excited in the middle of it. What are those called? Like the Rorschach tests where they show you like the ink blots and they're like, what do you see? And you're like, I see people dancing. And they're like, you long for affection. And I'm like, I know. And I don't really think they work, to be honest with you. Jokes aside, I've never done one of those. Do they really do them still? I've seen them in like video games and movies. Ah, heck, I just keep hitting stuff. I really wish the iron patch wasn't so gunked. Like, it's really not bad. It's still 10 million. I'll absolutely use it. But if I can find one that's a little bit more favorably shaped, oh, maybe it's valuable to have water in it. I gotta feel like there's a point in which having the water available could be useful somehow. I don't know exactly how yet. I keep hitting rocks because they're so hard to see. They look the same as everything else. Gonna be a bunch of damaged rocks in the world. I'm sorry. We cause more harm than good. So interesting. These areas look like kind of volcanic-y. Very strange. Another bauxite mine over here. We have calcite, which I think we're going to need to set up rails for calcite at some point. We don't have calcite near our house. I said house like it's a Minecraft house. We don't have calcite near our factory currently. Oh my gosh. It might have been faster walking. It certainly would have been faster walking, at least not as of now. But I will continue to hit every rock ever. I don't like driving. Like, jokes aside. I don't know how people enjoy driving. That's something me and my sister always disagreed on. I remember like long ago, I don't know if it was her first car, but she certainly had a car at the time. And she was like, I love it so much because I can just like get in the car and just drive anywhere. I don't have to be anywhere. I can just go somewhere. And I was like, yeah, but gas is expensive. Oh, interesting. There's volcanic gas over there. Let's go reinvestigate there. Gas is expensive. People are stupid. What if someone hits you while you're driving? That's kind of a buzzkill, it sounds like, now that I'm putting it into perspective. I don't know. I just don't like driving. I don't mind going for rides. Like, if someone wants to drive me around, I'm certainly receptive to it. Am I high maintenance? Surely not. Volcanic site suitable for geothermal plant or volcanic gas extraction. Geothermal plant is unaffected by richness and does not deplete resource. Unlimited volcanic gas depletes to a minimum of 25% of initial production. Interesting. So it looks like it's not... I mean, there's some there. I don't totally get what it means. They mentioned unlimited. Maybe we'll find unlimited ones instead? Weird. Good to know that it's there, though. I wasn't aware that we had more resources to really work with. Ultra Cube had like one resource that was far away, and that was it. And that was the important thing. Is that another bauxite? Oh my god, there's so much bauxite. I think we can get iron ore through something that isn't iron ore, right? Iron... Crushed bauxite produces a little bit, but it makes so much more bauxite that it's not really viable for it. Thinking we want to go back. I guess I'll go down and around and then we'll go back home. How are we doing on fuel? Haven't even used half a tank yet. Considering we have 9 more tanks after this one, we should be good. Some more volcanic stuff. So I'm guessing this is like a biome that has volcanic stuff. Oh my gosh, driving here is kind of rough though. I'm really hoping it just loops around the water though. I don't want to pick up the car because it'll be a waste as well, but we're going to go ahead and do some precise driving for a little bit. There we go. Just to get out of that part. It looks like it does in fact go all the way around, which is wonderful to see. I'm guessing if we need to do geothermal plants, like it's kind of non-negotiable after a factory around here. Is that an iron down there? It's calcite, sandstone. Good to know. Again, like we're not finding exactly what we want, but I'm satisfied with what we found. It would have been better if we found an iron that was in a more favorable position, or ideally like just less cut through by the water. It's still a really large patch. It was like 10 million. It'll probably last us a good chunk. We can hopefully spread a good chunk of drills on it. It's going to be a little bit power oppressive, but you know, that's just how it goes when it comes to drilling. We do have efficiency modules now, so we might want to set those up next before we go into there, but I think that's going to be a big part of our long-term goals now. And I'm saying this while driving around, because I was really hoping to find one more iron patch, because we only have that one right now. And 1 is fine, but 2 would be a lot finer than 1. But I will accept my defeat, and we'll head back now. Just in like 2 seconds. What if it's just east of here? We haven't actually explored east of the base. We're actually really close to the base now, so I guess I'll poke east a little bit. Could be something interesting. Yeah, most of our exploration was down to the southwest. There's a calcite mine up there too. If it's up by that calcite and that bauxite, that's probably the most desirable position. Because we can have like way less rail. That looks like maybe iron, but it could also be something else. It's snow. I wonder if there's like a snow equivalent to the volcanic vents we saw. I didn't consider the fact we would have to find specific biomes for things. It's really interesting conceptually, but maybe I'm overhyping it myself. Doesn't appear like there's too much to work with so far. Big ol' calcite mine. Seems like calcite's surprisingly very abundant once you actually like go out a little bit. It's not in like your original ring, but it's around. Once you start finding it, you'll find plenty of it. Looks like another bauxite too. I think we're stuck with that iron. This is a really cool spot though. Bauxite, calcite, bauxite, sandstone. Huge amounts of patches up here. I guess not huge amounts, but enough to really like, if we need any of it, we may as well get all of it from over here. That iron is just really heckin' far away, so I was really hoping we'd be able to eke out one more. It's probably deliberate. There's probably another iron if we keep heading a good chunk to the east or to the north or south, but I'm gonna just suck it up. We'll use that iron for now. I'm gonna start setting rails for that. Are those volcanic vents as well? They are. Okay, we have some of those over here too. You know what? I'm gonna actually explore a little bit over here because it seems like this is just a really resource-rich area. I was gonna pack it up and go, and I know I'm kind of coping a little bit and hoping for some iron ore, but come on. Just one little iron patch out here. Even if it was half the size of the other one, I'd use it. Heck, I'd use it at quarter size. I'm so sorry I keep hitting rocks. I swear I'm not trying to. I guess I'm trying to avoid them. I'm really just not paying enough attention. I'm looking at the minimap primarily. Is that an iron patch? Sandstone. I kind of like the color sandstone on the map. Oh my gosh. Your Majesty, a second rock has hit the car. Come on, just a quick iron ore. I don't ask for much, but I am asking for this. All right, I'll accept it. Okay, so this is interesting. This is 11 mil. It's still impacted by water, which is unfortunate, but I think that this one is going to be the one. It's a fair bit. Oh, it's even farther away. I mean, we could tap into both of them. If we do the rail this way to start, then we can easily reuse that rail for any of these other materials. That's kind of what I was thinking about. Well, things are a little bit expensive. By a little bit, I mean kind of fairly expensive for us currently. We're very low on resources. Granted, our resources will fill out a little bit more as our mall is satisfied because we just set up a pretty sizable demand of iron and steel and whatnot. But our steel stack is also like 4 furnaces, so it's probably a good time to expand. And with the ability to have locomotives and whatnot, we should do that. Something I would really like to do, though, is try to design a nice intersection. Normally, my rails are just kind of like whatever. I think I'd like to take some time to design our own intersection. Could be a fun little side project for us to work on. If it's nice enough, we can add it to the permanent blueprint book. I have some stuff in there right now that I was designing, but it was just like stuff that existed just for when we were going to go for the other achievement. Because it was recommended to me that if you're going for the speedrun achievement, you should pre-design a bunch of stuff, which makes sense to me. I think what I'll probably do is go for the achievement and then I'll blueprint something I need for a build and then I'll save the blueprint and then load save from before I did. Maybe that kind of feels a little bit cheaty though. I don't know. You hear that? Oh, that's such a cool touch. I don't think normal Factorio does that. Maybe it does. It actually sounds like you're like rolling over stones on the car. What a pleasant touch. That's so clever. All right, so I'm going to start placing rails. I'm going to assume I'm going to load from this side over here. It seems logical enough to me. For now, it'll be one way. Our goal will be as many straight lines as possible. I changed my mind. I want it to be two-way, I think. Or not two-way, but like a closed loop. If nothing else, I can start with this, which is not exactly what we want. We're gonna have to change it a little bit. There we go. Just so it can come here, load, and then come back around in a little bit without like needing 2 different rails. Because our current rail situation, we have like 170 of them around us right now. We don't have nearly enough. I guess we only have like 85. They go heckin' quick. Wait. Nobody told me rails were so in short supply. Maybe I've known the whole time. Can you place rails on inside of a car? You sure heckin' can. If we can cut it, we want to do it like here-ish. Is this a clean line upward? It appears to be. There we go. Let myself just drift back and pick up some of these. Unfortunately, I guess we do have landfill. Actually, I was going to say we don't have above ground rails or elevated rails, whatever they're called. But cutting through here is already kind of awk. Nice that so the bots can do a clearing for us, which is quite appreciated. Thank you, little bots. Always so helpful. This is where we're going to use some of our landfill to get through for sure. They think they're missing landfill because they tried to use a different color of landfill. So we have 1 landfill gray, so I'm going to just stick that over there. So they'll stop getting confused. I did that earlier too. I just didn't figure out what caused it. Now we are about to reach a really unfortunate impasse in the form of this stupid thing. So we're not going to be able to keep it a perfectly straight line Without cliff explosives, I assume we can get them eventually, right? Cliff explosive. Improvised explosive. Ah, there we go. Controlled explosion demolishes cliff safely. So we're actually getting quite close to explosives 1, so I'm not sweating that too bad for now. I'll probably remake this rail afterwards and just have it go straight through. And that is all of our rails placed available right now. Something we should do while we're in the neighborhood, though, is to place down our locomotive for the check. What else do we need for this check? Place locomotive 1, 2 train stops. I'm willing to bet I can't make those by hand. I totes can. Oh, I'm so happy to see that's possible because I really wanted to get some research going again. I don't know if this will crack much of it, but it should crack some of it. Okay. Oh, you know what? We haven't done 150 straight rails. We've certainly placed 150 rails in total, but with our turns, they haven't been totally good. Which is no big deal. We'll just go grab some more rails. Thankfully, we have plenty of canisters of fuel left in our car. This was a good choice. I'm glad we opted for the car and to explore a little bit ahead of time. I think that this rail is going to be the foundation of something beautiful later on. I'm very much used to the Ultra Cube car that like makes it so that you can't brake at all. So I got a little bit nervous to not just blow through the base right there. But we're good on it. Looks like there's some more rails available. A boatload of them too. We'll grab 500 rails. My inventory is apparently quite full. Rails are always a little bit of a pain before you get bots, so for now we'll just kind of suck it up. Also gonna need a bunch of whatever the heck they're called, the pylons. I think I'll start crafting those while we're going around. 9 is certainly not gonna cut it. We should really set up the automation for those, so I'm gonna make a note of those because I haven't been doing notes yet. This note will be pylon automation. I'm gonna get rid of the don't eat batteries thing. It was funny for a little bit, but it stopped being funny. I mean, it's still fine. It's not that it's unfunny, it's just like I'm not gonna eat a battery again. And if I do, it will probably have them before long, so it's not that big of a deal. I think what I'm gonna do is cut it so that it goes left and then down here. This looks like a cleaner go through for me. I'm thinking I could probably pick these up now, and I don't really want to leave them. My inventory is full. We are actually in a car that can store garbage right now. If you think about it, that's what cars are for, right? Storing garbage. It's really the ideal form of like storage, right? I feel like everyone's kind of guilty of that though. I mean, not everyone, but plenty of people have like way too much stuff in their car that they should have taken out 10 years ago. Maybe not 10 years ago. How long do cars last nowadays? I say nowadays like it's changed. Like I'm like some sagely experienced person when it comes to cars. I'm heckin' not. If you're the kind of person where you can go, oh yeah, that's a Ford Mustang 1996 blue ribbon edition or whatever, like you're built different. And I don't mean any disrespect with that whatsoever. Like I kind of envy it. I feel like you'd be incredible to have at like a trivia night. We have a landfill. I don't know why I'm sweating this so badly. It's good to know that there are a good chunk of sources of water here as well. I think we're gonna have to make more landfill. It's actually a pretty big demand of it. I wonder why they don't like using this landfill. I will manually do it myself though. Like genuinely, it's a skill to kind of memorize stuff like that. I don't think I'm like that with like anything. So sad. Landfill, we can make literally none of it, unfortunately. So I'm gonna need to swing back to finish this line. Let us go ahead and make some more landfill. We're almost good though. Oh, it's gonna be so nice. We could just like hit the map, tell the bots to do it, and forget about it. But for now, we'll have to suffer just a little bit. They say suffering builds character, right? Surely there's some truth to that. I will say, in spite of having like effectively, I wouldn't say effectively no sleep. I'd say I probably got about 5-6 hours of sleep, which is not that bad. But like after that, it was just like really, really bad. But regardless of that, in spite of that, and also not feeling really well yesterday, I'm feeling rather good today. I'm not feeling terrible, which is good. We'll take it. I'll just park my car over by the air in case we need to fill up the tires on the way out. Yeah, it appears that small tank 1 is just for making fluid wagons and nothing else. Oh no. This is like, I was gonna say like DEFCON 5. I don't know what the like really bad DEFCON is. Unfortunately, we've run into the problem where we have too much stone. And I made too many stone bricks. What do we do with them? We can crush them into gravel. And then, I mean, we actually get rid of gravel. No, this is logical. This is logical. This is not ideal, but it's logical. I didn't set up for it ahead of time is really the thing. Okay, so I'm gonna have it so that the stone here goes elsewhere. Going to dismantle one of the crafters we have. In fact, I'm gonna do 2 of them. We're gonna have an underground over here. I love Nullius. You just come back to the base and something's like terribly, 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 irreversibly wrong. And you're like, uh-oh. I say come back to the base. This is actually my first time like leaving the base and coming back, but usually it's just walking from one side of the base to the other. But regardless, we can fix this without too much trouble. Let's go ahead and clean up the stuff we left on the ground. I actually don't need a splitter for this. I don't know why I opted for one. I am going to build this over to the side, though. It's rare for my work schedule to not stop me from tuning into your stream. Oh, well, I appreciate you tuning in either way. It's always nice to see a soup jump. Maybe the stars just aligned today. What do I do here? I guess I'll cut it here and we'll build it over here. So the important thing we need to do is make sure that our stuff will output to like that gravel line. The gravel line is traditionally down here somewhere. I think this is the gravel line. No, I don't know if that's right. Where the heck does the gravel go? It goes somewhere. There it is. This is the gravel line. Gravel goes through here, it goes across here, it goes down here, it goes through here. So this is the gravel input. If we bring the gravel routed back through here, we'll be good. We see the gravel input right here. This is our like our bastion, our one chance for me to like redeem myself when it comes to not being stuck on stuff. So let's go ahead and place those 4 crushers down. I really don't know if 4 will be a sufficient amount. But hopefully it will be good enough, at least for the moment. We'll feed in our stone on the outside, and then we'll output the gravel like this, and then we'll just crush all the gravel. Granted, gravel is starting to get a few purposes, which is good-ish. Like, it could have been nicer if we didn't have to deal with this right now. Set the recipe. We will crush stone into gravel. Perfect. This is an extremely fast recipe, so this is a very, very good thing for us. My only complaint, I don't know if complaint's the right word, is I should probably make some inserter 2s for this. I'm hoping that 3 normal inserters is sufficient, though. What planet are you on? This is just the default planet for Nullius. This is a mod, though. Well, it's not default Factorio. Oh, it is nice to see you. Okay, so we'll have this garbage come out here. Do I want to combine them somewhere? Probably not. Let's just bring them together on the bottom side. I'm overthinking this. Bring it across here. We do need to use an underground there. Bring them together into a single belt line over here with a splitter. Yes, we are playing Nullius today, which is very confusing. But it is a fun time, if nothing else. I do feel woefully unprepared. But now we're processing stone at a decent pace too. So our iron's slowing again, which we'll need to improve anyways. I wonder if this is going to be too much of a demand though. Why mod when Space Age is massive? Because I beat Space Age recently. Space Age is massive and it's a really good time, but I beat Space Age on stream. I guess it wasn't that recent. It was like a few months ago now. And then I figured what I would do was I swung by and I beat Ultra Cube. So now we're working on Nullius, and then I'm going to swing back to... I'll probably do a randomizer before it, but I want to swing back and do Space Age once 2.1 drops, because I think it'll be a fun time to wait for that. Death World? I have played a little bit of Death World before. My roommate and I were doing a Death World marathon a while ago. We haven't finished it yet, though. I'm sitting on Gleba right now, and I think that she was working on... She's making, like, a really, really big ship above Volcanus, last I remember. We did some progress on it. It was really miserable at first. I was not having a good time. It just takes so long with the marathon aspect, too. All the science is just so slow. It was, like, 8,000 science to do some of the... I guess not the really early ones. I think our science was, like, whatever the marathon has it set to defaultly. It was, like, 8 or 10. I think Death World also might affect pentapods, but I wasn't entirely sure, but there were a lot of pentapods I was dealing with, so that might have been kind of an issue too. That could be fun for the 2.1 though. Maybe we'll consider doing that. Oh, we're really running out of power. Look at our lights flickering. Alright, so... Right, I came back here to actually make a landfill, which is good because we picked up some stuff for a landfill, but apparently no sand, which we need as well. Let's go ahead and nab some sand. We'll make some landfill. The game seems to prefer landfill 1 gray when it comes to doing stuff, so I'm gonna just go ahead and make a bunch of that. The bots seem like they kind of freak out. I thought they'd use the other one. Maybe they're deliberately trying to match the surface though, which could be possible. Oh, let's grab the car as well and bring it up there. What the heck are we looking for? There it is. I've never claimed to be good at driving, and I'm not going to stand on that hill right now. But that could have been a lot worse. And I know that was like a really short maneuver, but I genuinely thought I was going right through an air filter. But we didn't quite end up there. Okay, so let's get the rest of these rails down. We also need to actually set up like fueling for trains. Like we have... trains now, but we don't have a way to fuel them yet, kind of. We know how to do it, it's just a pain to set up. Cool, so they will put down that... Oh, those are good. Let's go ahead and set up some more on the way down. Have you tried Satisfactory 3D Factorio or Stationeer's most advanced atmospheric simulations ever made? I've played a little bit of Satisfactory. I want to say I got... It wasn't super far in. It was like probably like the... What resource I unlocked? I think I just started working with steel maybe. That feels right to me. So I wasn't super duper far in. It was a very fun time. Unfortunately, it was one of those things where I was playing with my roommate and she's very, very busy going for like a PhD program in chemistry and stuff. So she's fairly busy. So we put it on hold for the time being, which is how a lot of things end up going because we got the Death World Marathon. I really enjoyed it though from what I did do. I'm looking forward to playing more eventually. Maybe I'll do it on stream sometime. I haven't played Stationeers. I've never actually heard of it, I don't think. I've heard people mention that Dyson Sphere program's a pretty fun time though. That one I've considered. It's been on my radar for a little bit. So we haven't finished the check yet. I'm guessing we need to just put down the locomotives and the train stops now, and having picked them up, it would have reset the check. So let's quickly do that. There we go. We've done our check for the logistics station. Oh, heck, we need another one ahead of time. It looks like sensors, which gets us access to sensor 1, which I don't know what we necessarily need for. We're gonna have to set up automation for inserter 2 and underground belt 2 next. Hey, it's something, you know. All right, so we're not going to use this iron mine just yet, but I'm going to just place the rest of those. Stationaries is amazing. It will challenge you. It sounds fun. I feel like I'm kind of garbage at Factorio, to be honest, but I think that's what makes it so fun for me. Okay. Oh, I also want pylon automation. Oh, we just set up so much. This whole section being just for trains was such a pain. It's probably going to be easier going for these improved things because these are just going to be an extension, right? Kind of. Inserter 2 is really not bad to set up. Let's set up that now. We have most of what we need. I'm going to go ahead and pick up my car in the meantime. So we have Inserter 1 automated over here. Can we use these inserters? Yeah, we can certainly take these out without... Actually, with a little bit of trouble, but we can do it regardless. We should set that up. So let's go ahead and break down what we need for Inserter 2. Inserter 2 requires motor 1, logic circuit, steel gear, aluminum rod. Most of which are pretty easy to pull from our thing, except for those logic circuits. We make them for our science pack down there, whichever science pack it was. Electrical engineering packs use them. Sort of a bus. It is sort of a bus. It's very much sort of a bus. One would expect to not see much actual like belt and see items on the sort of a bus, but the sort of a bus just does what it can. Speaking of, I think I want to double load that rubber part of it. Because the rubber part's just kind of existing right now. And we make the rubber down here. Cool. Simple, easy. That way if we need more rubber up there, it'll be available sooner than later, and we can just store more of it on the belt itself. Belts are so deceptive because you can waste like a ton of materials if you're just kind of storing them on the bus technically or on the belt. However, it's almost certainly worth storing there anyways, especially if you don't have some sort of buffer for them, because if you build later on, then you can get more stuff out of it. What are we doing here? It was a logic circuit, which are not apparently made there. Right, they're only made in small assemblers, I think. Something like that. There was like a weird caveat with them. Oh, they're so cute, the tiny little assemblers. I really like them. There they are. So it is graphite. I use belts as a buffer storage. See, like, that's kind of what I've adopted. Beforehand, I was a little bit more reluctant for it, but now that I've got like this bus line going, which I don't often really do buses either. I guess I do sort of buses, but just for like the primary stuff. But now that I've started doing this, I'm like, having a bunch of graphite's good, because if the base just kind of dies, we have graphite somewhere. Yeah. Waste bah, it's a buffer. It certainly feels like a buffer. Very, very much buffer-like. So graphite blasting, aluminum wire, and polycrystalline silicon. Polycrystalline silicon is being made down here. It looks like we've stopped making it at some point, though, which is kind of alarming. Why have we stopped making it? Because there's no hydrogen chloride, which doesn't make any sense. So this pipe must have broken at one point, because there should be a massive abundance of hydrogen chloride available. I'm going to fix where this is as well to get ourselves a little bit of time. A little bit of space, I guess, more than time. Okay, yeah, see, this just kind of dies here, so that explains why we don't get the hydrochloride or hydrogen chloride up there. That was hydrogen chloride, right? I don't know, gases and stuff. It's hydrogen chloride, cool. So we need to bring that over there somehow. Currently, the hydrogen chloride just goes here and then does nothing. So we need to bring it upward to at least a spot over here. I think what I'll do is switch these actually over to red pipes, because red pipes reach longer. Hold on. Let me cook a little bit. This needs to be plugged in here. That's fine. Plug that back in. It's kind of hard to see under the pylon, but who cares? And then we go up here. Okay, red pipes. Red pipes do act a little different. Although we still need a pump, which is a little bit annoying. We probably had one before and I just forgot about it and replaced it. That doesn't work there. I don't think this is going to be enough. It is enough. Awesome. Cool. So now we've got our hydrogen chloride pumping down there. So the hydrogen chloride should be satisfactory for it. Definitely check out Watch a few videos. The station here is a great community too. I'll absolutely check it out. In fact, I'll make a note of it right now. I hadn't heard of it at all, so I really appreciate the recommendation. All right, cool. Why do we want this up here? So we can make the polycrystalline silicon, because we're gonna need to tap into that in just a little bit. So we clearly haven't used much of it, so it shouldn't be that bad either way, but we'll bring the polycrystalline silicon. I guess we'll bring it alongside the glass, might as well. I don't know if we're gonna need it for the bus itself, but we'll need it here at least. Not space engineers. Good. Stationeers, not space engineers. I've certainly taken note for stationeers. Okay, so this needs the polycrystalline silicon, the aluminum wire, the plastic, the graphite. Polycrystalline silicon can cut across here. I guess we'll start making it... Making it over here is the smartest thing because there's not a lot of space. Do we have access to another assembling machine yet? No. I guess we've already done one step of assembling machine. Do pylons take anything notable? I'm trying to think if I can like make as much as I can in this spot. Insulated wire, which is in fact used for this, right? I guess just aluminum wire. Still, that's part of it. We'll make that pylon so we can keep note of stuff. It looks like nothing really mixes together all that much, which is a shame, but that's fine. Let's go ahead and bring over the aluminum wire. We can turn that into insulated wire as well, but we need the aluminum regardless, so let's go ahead and grab some aluminum. How do I want to bring the aluminum across? Do I really want it underground? I kind of do. I've been wasting a lot of undergrounds though. Me, I've been wasting undergrounds also, me. Check out this sick trick. A bunch of undergrounds. We are like out of aluminum? Okay, that's actually a real problem too. A lot of our materials are starting to hurt. We're hitting that point. Actually, I don't think I'm gonna bring it downward. Let's go ahead and set up the wire here. It should be a foundry, I believe. I don't remember if we have any foundries. We do have 4 of them. Foundry 1 down. And we'll have it turn aluminum rods into aluminum wire. Do I need any more aluminum for this build? Just the rods and wires. I'm gonna bring this back a little bit. I also need to figure out why our aluminum fully shut down. I'm willing to bet it's because some gas got disconnected somewhere, which is a little bit unfortunate. Regardless of that, we're going to want both of these available to us, so we'll do aluminum wire. We're out of power poles as well, so let's restock on those really quickly, which I think are down here somewhere. They sure heckin' are. I think it was exactly what I said. A gas became the problem. Too much methane. Is it because the methane doesn't have an output and I never reconnected it? Or is it because we actually just have too much methane everywhere? Methane comes here, goes here. Okay, this methane doesn't go anywhere. That's totes why. Unfortunate. Whenever you fix things, sometimes you make things much worse rather than much better. And that does not spark a ton of joy. Is this methane? Surely there's methane somewhere in here. None of these are methane on this side? Alright, my bad. I thought we were rocking methane over here. In that case, I'm gonna bring it somewhere else. Which mod is this? This is Nullius. The concept is just like making it so that the world is like a world actually, I guess. Like there's no life or anything, so you build from nothing and eventually make life. I haven't seen much about it. It was like requested by a few people in chat to play through, which is why I ended up doing it next. People also said like biters on rampant pyanodons, but I'm holding off on that one for now, I think. That sounds like a lot more work than I'm willing to put in. This must have been where it went. I'm guessing, because this currently has no home. Let's try to go ahead and just connect it back in over there. I should be using the other pipe type, but I guess I'll use this one more time since we have them laying around. So now methane's going through here, pumping through here successfully. Where does the methane go? The methane goes all the way through here and then into here, which is good. Pyanodons with biters sounds like a special kind of evil. It really does. Like, again, I played pies for a bit. I can show off my save sometime. It's not good. Like, it took me like 6 hours to get like the first science pack and I was like handcrafting it. Oh no. This has never run since I set it up either. I hate it here. I mean, it's nice to find it eventually. That explains why the heckin' methanol was way worse than it should have been. I was looking at it, I was like, I thought we made enough methanol to be able to make lubricant consistently. We did. But unfortunately, I didn't actually put it so that the methanol could run. We have a train system now, though, which is cool. Or at least we have the train button. I guess we don't technically have a system yet. Okay, yeah, our iron patch is looking real bus spec, so let's go back up there, finish our automation. If we can get more, what's the next train upgrade? Traffic control. We're gonna want traffic control, so it's focusing in this on so we can unlock rail signals and chain signals. Then I'm gonna probably take some time to design a nice intersection and then a nice loading bay. And once I have those blueprinted, I think we're gonna just use those designs over and over again. It will be a pain to set them up initially, and it will be a pain to actually have them function for a little bit, because I've never set up anything like that before. I think with enough time we can make it work. Did we fix the core problem? So we did, it's just a little bit behind. Oh, cool. Everything's running again. Cool. Cool. Panic no further. Everything is fine-ish. Good enough, at least. So what we're doing over here, we're making logic circuits, which take plastic, aluminum wire, and polycrystalline silicon. Whew, a mouthful, truly. I think what I'll do is just have it load this way. Our power is so gunked. Why is it so bad now? Look at that. Wind turbines will sometimes be the best thing ever, and then they will just be nothing. Although our demand on the base is crazy right now. 80 megawatts feels way higher than we were rocking before. I wonder what happened. That doesn't really add up either, looking at the numbers I'm seeing here. I'm guessing it's rocking 80 because the accumulator wants to charge, maybe. We need to fix our power more. The what do they call it? The air wind spinny things. The wind spinny things that make power are nice, but I don't think they're a proper solution to everything. Clearly. Because when they choose to do this for a minute or two, everything is just done. Look at this. They're so inconsistent. They can just kind of rock. This was a solid half an hour of power. And then they're just you know what? The base is just going to be off the whole time. All right, kick back on wind. Good enough. I love solar because I hate manually doing a brown start. Yeah, it's certainly a pain when stuff runs out. I guess that's the nice side of wind power as well. I think we're gonna need a much stronger solution. I always just kind of go, usually when I played Factorio, I skip solar altogether. I'll go for at least base game, the steam engines and then straight to uranium as soon as I can. Solar is usually a pain because it's so expensive to make in my mind. It's probably not that bad in practice, but it feels bad to do. So I understand the appeal of it. I was doing it in my Factorio playthrough. Cool, so what do we need over here is a polycrystalline silicon, so I'm gonna bring that up here like I was doing before, and then I'll do the other stuff on the other side as well. It's gonna be plastic and graphite. I have a plastic line down here, but it currently gets nabbed off, so I think I'll just grab a fresh one because it looks like it's pretty easy to grab it here. Our graphite is over here. Oh, is graphite just a coal replacement? Should I have put that together sooner? It does look exactly like coal thinking about it. Multiple power sources. I think that's probably the way to go for this one for sure. Probably in general as well. Make a few of everything and just kind of let it go. I guess I'll have the graphite go across this line here since that's already kind of used up. So that's graphite done. Let's go ahead and grab plastic as well. Forgot I was going to grab the plastic from here. I was like, I'll grab the plastic from here. And then I immediately forgot about it, like near instantly. What if hypothetically we put our graphite and plastic together? Unless you think that's uncool, at which point pretend I didn't say that. But what if we did hypothetically? But only in Minecraft, obviously. I need to free up some inventory space. I've been holding on to too much garbage, but there's a lot of garbage where I'm like, what if I need this? It's kind of a pain. That's the most deceptive kind of garbage. And I'm always going to hold this small storage chest too. Because if we ever want to mess with our bots, we need that to have them do stuff. Alright, so let's go ahead and clean up this belt really quick and then have this come across. And we'll have them kind of smooch at the middle. And then we can just clean up the rest of them. There we go. That'll save us some belts if nothing else. Okay, so that's graphite, plastic, aluminum wire, polycrystalline, silicon done. So that's the logic circuits themselves done, which is good. Still need inserter one? No, inserter one's done. Don't need that. Next, we need steel gear and aluminum rod. Those are easy. We have the aluminum rods right here already. We need steel gear. So I don't know if we actually have steel come through here. Our steel is also really hurting. It looks like our steel goes down here and then nowhere else. So if we can get some more steel from here, it might be ideal. Let's go ahead and try to figure out a way to accomplish that. It's not going to be as clean looking, but this will be a solution at least. It will take a solution. Okay, so steel's coming through here now. We can make steel gear wheels. I don't know what gear wheels require. It looks like they're plates and rods, so we're going to need a few foundries. I think we only have one right now, though. We have two. Two is almost enough. No, I think it is enough, actually. Steel plates, steel rods, and then we have those direct feed into... Excuse me, could you move up there? Thank you very much. So kind of you. Right here. Everything is so expensive. Cool. So that's steel plates, steel rods into steel gears, which is into the inserter. So now all we need is motor 1, and then everything else is done for inserter 2. Inserter 2 appears to be just a blue inserter. It's got the 720 rotation speed. So it seems like it's just fine to rock. Hopefully. I assume the power draw isn't that much different. It's 2 kilowatts versus 1 kilowatt. Yeah, makes sense. Twice as fast, twice as much power. This being said, we'll probably try to stick with yellow inserters for when we can. But I'm sure there are a few builds, particularly like crushing stone and stuff if there's excess. I should have set up a rule so we don't crush all the stone, but it'll be fine for now. Alright, let's set up the motor one. I think motor was fairly easy too, right? We set up it a little bit ago. Plastic, iron plate, iron rod, iron wire. So it's really just the bevy of iron related stuff. Do I have motors down here? I feel like I must, right? I have them built twice. I think what I'm going to do is just steal from that motor up there. Oops, put that one back. Because like this one's not being used that frequently to the point where these are made a lot slower than it consumes the motors. What's the rate of it? 0.12 per second? I guess it's just that we don't use that many belts. I'm gonna nab the motors for now. Again, it's the mall, so like I could kind of justify it, but also I don't want to run even more lines of stuff if I can avoid it. This is like really getting spicy though. Oh, actually getting it through here might be borderline impossible. I might have yeed my last ha, unfortunately. What if I do this? Do you still feed the proper way? You totes do. Alright, then it's doable. It's barely doable, but it's doable all the more. We'll take the victory we can get. Okay, cool. So those are feeding fine. We now have motors coming through here once I connect it. Which means we don't have to remake motors, which means we can just quickly double dip. This is going to be like the last thing we can build in this spot though, which is a little bit unfortunate, but we can always just take like the assemblers and stuff and bring them out. This is already, I think, bigger than the mall I made for Ultra Cube. Maybe it's kind of close, but it's certainly quite sizable. It's got some personality for certain. think what we'll do is bring this around here because we know this is going to be on the upper side. That should load properly, I hope. Again, these motors are going to be fairly slow, but we don't need the inserters very quickly. Cool, so that's exactly where I want. So that's motors done, we have inserters done, logic circuits done, and steel gears done, and aluminum rods done. So we just need to bring them all together now. So let's try to bring them all together, I suppose. I'm going to move this to the side because we're going to work on that in a little bit. I guess I'll craft them up here, might as well. Oops, sorry, little bot. My mistake. What else do you still need? Inserter 1. Where are inserters? They're all the way down there. What a pain. I thought they were a lot closer. I do technically have a belt of inserters, though, that comes through here. So I think we'll just nab this belt. We'll save ourselves a little bit of headache, and we'll filter output priority, right? We'll make it for inserter 1. And then with inserter 1, we'll go underneath here. This is such a mess. My goodness. Like, I knew it was going to get bad. Or at least I assumed it wouldn't. I was really making an effort to not have this look too bad in the long run. But it's really tough. Alright, regardless of that much. Look, it's about the intention, right? I can also double up on this belt, too. I can just go zoop, and then we're done. Inserter 2 is done, at least. That was a lot simpler than the build for locomotives, but I think it's still efficient. Side question, have you ever done a huge main bus? I've never done a huge main bus. Nothing against them or whatever. I think I just, like... The last time I played Factorio, or last time I played base game Factorio, it's like the first time I really, like, played Factorio on my own. Initially, my friends wanted to play Factorio, and I was like, this game sucks. I don't want to play it. That was before 2.0 and stuff. I really didn't want to do it, but they were playing it, so I joined them from time to time. But having played it myself, I learned a lot of things, and I think I could go for a really big main bus, but I've just never done it before. What about you, Nohoprecracy? Do you prefer one? I don't have too much experience. This is probably the biggest bus I've designed ever, and it's not like that sizable. But it gets the job done. I need to actually make it so the graphite can get through here. That was a blunder on my part. I often see people singing the praises of a nice bus, so I assume you're in favor of it. Okay, so we have better inserters. They have the luxury of being long ones as well, which could be really nice. What else do we have available to us, though? The pylons. Right, the pylons. So we don't have Power Pole 2 set up. Unfortunately, my Power Pole 1s are down here. I'm tempted to remake them from scratch because they're very simple to make, but I'm willing to bet Power Pole 2 takes Power Pole 1. This mod really likes the progression of Power Pole 1, Power Pole 2. Usually, yeah, it makes building lines of production modular. It does seem like a really solid choice, yeah. We're going to take down this build over here. For certain. I'm like almost tempted. We've already built so much of it though. Having like the stuff pre-produced on lines would be so nice. We don't nearly like make enough stuff in the meantime to justify it though. I want to set up Power Poles 2, and pylons. So I'm going to just leave it as pylon automation here for now. I do want to investigate why the belts are looking so gunked, because the iron, especially the steel especially, is so bad. If we can just touch up the steel slightly, it would be quite nice. My current Nullius factory is a main bus. It's getting a bit unwieldy though. I feel like it's unwieldy for me, and I'm like I don't think I'm far in the game. Surely I'm not far in the game. Granted, I probably have like 20 hours. I don't really know. Oh no. Think I figured out the problem. It appears we produce too much gravel now for our processing. It looks like the mineral dust isn't being cooked quick enough, but we can certainly upgrade our mineral dust cooking. I don't see why not. Oh, our power is so bad too. Oh, it's eating away at me, I swear. That looks like a good direction to mimic. Go ahead and make, what are these called? A flotation cell. Surely we can make one of those. Apparently we need sanding, we can't. One trick that helps with busting with the production only to one side. See, it's funny. That's a very good point. And that's totally valid. And probably something I should have done. Because initially I was like, I'm building everything to the right. And then I was like, you know what? Let's use the left side here. Surely we can use the left side. And then immediately I needed 2 more lanes of stuff. So I kind of regret it. Another thing I do most people don't is install a radar or grid no overlap, usually 9x9. I wish I could make radars right now. I super miss them. I have the 2 that they let me start with effectively, but I still want to have more. We can make our flotation cells. Does it spit out 2 each time? It only spits out 1. Take a little bit of time, but we can do the piping in the meantime. I remember being reluctant to use radars many moons ago, but it was because I thought they were too expensive on power to justify. I don't remember why, because I don't feel like they're too bad now, but maybe they are. I'm optimistic that our build here will be fine without too many changes. It could need a pump. I don't even think it's gonna with these new pipes we're using. My inventory is so full of garbage. I swear. Okay, so now... Did the wind just stop blowing again? You're on thin ice, wind turbine. I should probably make like another 48 of them. They kind of are, but if you don't overlap, it's not so bad. It's certainly nice to be able to see everything. That's why I kind of spread mine out so I could see like the chunk of the factory. You can't see like a little bit over here, but I only have the 2, so being able to see things from afar is nice to kind of quickly troubleshoot what's going wrong. Alright, so how much do you produce per second? 1.66 per second. You consume 1 per second. So it's actually not going to be a satisfactory amount. I imagine before it was fine to not match the ratio. It might still be fine to not match the ratio, potentially, as long as it doesn't get backed up. But we probably want to have even more of the destruction here. The issue is that as long as this line gets backed up, which... In fairness, part of the reasons it's backed up is because I basically told all of my stone to go there if it's not being turned into stone bricks, which is necessary right now. How much are we really making? How much have you crushed so far? Okay, you literally never got the chance to like work ever. And that is the funniest thing ever. But that is also kind of alarming because this side just did all of the heavy lifting on its own. But also that means I can certainly trim this down and save some power. Kind of an ultra blunder though. Let's go ahead and rip this part up and we'll just leave this upper part for now. We can add the lower part back. But whenever the heckin' power turns off, it's so frustrating. So I'm gonna try to make it so we can avoid that altogether. Wonderful. Now they can both run. I think this is going to be kind of a backloggy thing where it will get through it. It'll just take some time. We can also make it so this loads more satisfactorily. Like that. Which will make a nice difference as well. Get the steel running. It's weird because like for the longest time, we never really had like a meaningful demand in our factory. So it was really tough to kind of like buffer out the issues, and the redesign begins. Literally though, like I've only done this for like how many streams has it been? I feel like it's been like this is like the 5th. I feel like this is the 5th stream of Nullius I've done. I think 2 of the other 4 streams were just redesigning things. It's crazy. Like this was all done after I redesign. I'm sure I'll redesign it all a million more times, not a million, but quite a few more times down the line. But that's part of the fun, right? Oh my gosh, my inventory is full again. All right, I'm actually dumping stuff this time. You gotta believe me. I'm not just saying it. All this like bonus stuff we have, we're getting rid of it. If we don't need it immediately, it's going in the box of shame. The box of shame is getting full. I'm not feeling great about that. Uh-oh. Graphite, who needs it? Plastic, put it in there. Stone brick, I don't even want it. I do want those filters. I don't care about the motors. I don't know if we want red wire or not. Probably keep the ingots themselves. Actually, heck the ingots too. Heck all of them. The box is full. It looks like our lubricant is chilling for now. I think we were roughly 2 point something before. I don't know what it was. I don't know if we've gone up or down or kind of kept in the middle, but it hasn't gone massively down, which is what my fear was. Okay, so the steel is working again, but we're producing way too little steel for the demand our base has. It looks like our iron's looking a lot better, though, than it was before. Are these upgraded furnaces? These are foundry 1s. Medium furnace 1s are 0.44. These consume 0.5. We can probably upgrade it a little bit. Only one box of shame. I make a bunch and organize. I'm really just hoping that eventually, if I keep putting it off for long enough, the bots will show up and save me from my sins. That's the dream. Off times, like, I'll be a little bit better with organization, but for now, I'm just like, you just gotta push a little bit further and we'll make it, probably. Let's go ahead and make a few more of these foundries because I'm behind on them. I really should set up automation for those. And see, now that I put all my stuff in the box of shame, we have to return to the box of shame to grab some iron plates out of it. There's literally like 3 in there, never mind. I should really just like store iron plates in a box somewhere. Then again, well, how will I be able to find it in the mess of everything? So excited for bots. Bots are gonna go so crazy. If only bots were real, imagine a world. This is kind of like anecdotal. I guess it's just fully anecdotal. But I was playing a mod called Stellar Horizons, which is a good name for a mod. But I think its premise was like, it's a bunch of different planet mods together and kind of like functional, which I think is cool in concept at least. However, yeah, I want this to be like that. However, the starting one is like this wood planet. I've talked about it a few times on stream, I think. And the wood planet is really interesting. They start you with like wood bots and like gold and stuff. I felt like it kind of like lost its value as time went on though, because like it becomes, we were playing with rampant on, and eventually just all the enemies turn on. It becomes effectively impossible to stay there and you just kind of gotta go because your defenses are really, really bad. Which was an interesting thing I never dealt with before. Bots, what a beautiful idea. Imagine Factorio with bots. More likely than you think. Okay, so I just realized I plugged these in a weird way, but it's fine. Makes the power output look nicer, I suppose. Cool, so these can go out here. Actually, no, this is the wrong pipe. I see. I didn't do it weird at all. I just did it wrong, which is kind of like doing it weird. I was like, that's so strange that this pipe is so differently placed. It doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, well, it's probably nothing. Turns out it was just entirely wrong. Follow your heart. If it seems weird, it probably is weird. Flush this pipe really quick. Wonderful. So there's our carbon dioxide, which we do want going through the middle. And then an underground there, and then we looks like we connect the carbon dioxide right here instead. Wonderful, much better. Now we'll combine it over here, and then we've doubled our steel stack. I don't know if our iron will be able to keep up or not. You can just shoot at yourself, shift space. I don't have any guns. We haven't invented gunpowder yet. I guess I could theoretically hit it, right? Can you punch a box? I know you can punch a nest. No, I can't hit it. When can we get guns? Gun, not Jim. Applications of explosives for clearing land. Missile launcher, missile 1, gun, magazine 1. Oh, but that means we'll have bots by that point too. How far away is that? Okay, it's kind of far away. Okay, it's extremely far away. I'm sorry for saying kind of. Is that a better solar wind turbine thingy? It totes says. That's actually really good. 1.6 megawatts average is not bad. Although I'm sure it'll just go to 0 at some points. Those will be a nice upgrade if we can get them, but they're still quite far off. Mining 2 is kind of what I'm hoping for, so we can commit these when we get the new mining patch. My base, I put solar panels / accumulators on the dead space inside the production lanes of my build, so that the space I need to use for a dedicated solar array gets much smaller. That makes sense. I usually end up making... I wish I had the blueprint for it, see, but I don't. But I make like really big squares that have roboports in them, and then a bunch of solar panels and accumulators, and then just kind of slap them around. It takes a lot of space, but it does look pretty cool. Okay, so we still have to do pylon automation. I'm going to put down a few more of these furnaces here. This might push our iron availability to its, like, real limit. But we have the space, so I want to use it because we're behind on materials. We're going to obviously have to make, like, an iron stack somewhere else at some point. Like, soon, ideally. Sooner than later. But it might be contingent more on getting that other patch set up, because currently our power is just really hurting every time this stupid wind turbine decides to run out of power, which is really just like saying we're relying too bad on the wind turbine. We need to fix other things instead of just scapegoating it constantly. So it is fun to scapegoat the wind turbine, and it does kind of absolve me of all of my responsibilities, which makes it a lot simpler. We set up this like solar collector farm thing. How much power does this make? Like nothing. This produces like 5 megawatts. I guess it produces 9 in total. When the wind isn't rocking, it does more. That makes sense. What mode is this one? They're full on water. I thought I had set it up so that wasn't possible. Did I never set up a vent for the water? No, I did. It just can't clear the water quick enough, or did I set it up wrong? It's gonna need its own dedicated dump. That's my bad. We gotta make another outfall. We need sand. See, this is why I don't empty my garbage-filled inventory out, because now we gotta go find sand somewhere. It all makes sense. Yeah, okay, this is fine now. This does remind me a little bit of... Was it Ultra Cube where I was hurting on power the entire time? Perhaps it was. But it really giving me vibes of that one. Yeah, because in Ultra Cube, the synthesizers take like 50 megawatts each or whatever. And then eventually I solved the power, but it took a while to get there. And I didn't even really solve it at the end. I remember dumping tanks of some fluid I couldn't figure out what to do with. Okay, so we're going to need another off thingy out. That's the one. Outfall one. Can I fit you anywhere nearby? No, I can't really. Are you sure? Off whip. Thanks for putting the Ultra Cube on my head. That does help me think a little bit better by putting pressure directly on my skull. I'm kidding, it just floats up there. My Aho Gay is really strong. Good to see you though, Flip. How are you today? Oh, come on. There's got to be one spot where I can fit an outfall. They're so big. Why are they so big? And why is everything else so small? Okay, this actually fits here. That is kind of a gnarly position for it. That's fine. Clearly we produce too much water. I wonder if there's something else we could use it for, though. Can we just burn water on its own for steam? Surely we can, right? Am I being dumb in doing this? This feels dumb. Iron oxidation, not what I'm looking for. Graphite combustion uses some water. I guess it's already being used in some over here. It's just the heat that's required for it. And you don't have any seawater. What a strange situation to have. What do heat exchangers do? I mean, you could just boil water. Is that what I'm doing over there? It is what I'm doing over there. But we're not boiling enough water, so we need more... Are we full on steam? We are full on steam. Okay, okay, it's all making sense now. Interesting. I wonder if I should convert this entire thing to water. Now, this doesn't output enough water to be a closed loop, but it might only need a little bit of supplementary water that we could set up as well. Each of the water recipes is 270 per second versus 235. It's not that different. Good to see I'm doing all right. Not loving work, but it is what it is. Oh, I'm super sorry to hear. Hopefully it gets better soon. What was the system that we had before? Is this what makes water? Desalination does make water. So why don't we do that? We're already like... We have to filter it too. I'm guessing this ratio is correct, but why don't we change our plan here? Heck this setup over here. Let's just go ahead and install one of these, right? If we do our own water, these output 33 per second, these consume 55 per second. Currently, with all of them outputting the same amount. Wait, what is the ratio of this? That's 270. I gotta actually break out a calculator. I'm so sorry. I can't do it. Use the closed turbines to recapture some of the water. I'm wondering, like... What do I do here? I feel like this is obvious. So, like, hear me out. Over 1 second, this produces 0.33. This produces 270 steam. This consumes only 200 steam. Is this a closed circuit? No, it's got to be closed though, right? What's the math I would need to do? I would need to convert the 270 to 33 to the same level as the 270, or I guess the 200 to 33 to the 270 to 55. Would that be 270 divided by 55 or the other way around? I think it'd be the other way around to get the percentage of it. I never claimed to be good at math. I was pretty good at the math where you like look at the shapes and stuff. Okay, that's a 0.20. We'll do it on the other one as well. 33.3 divided by 200. It's a 0.16. So this does consume more. Do you just need more turbines? I mean, I think more turbines is a really, really solid idea to start. Getting the actual ratio would kind of be rough, though. I think we're also going to want to produce more steam, too. But currently, we're making more steam. Why are we losing steam now? What happened? We were, like, good on steam for a while. What went wrong? Oh, it makes no sense to me. So this one is the one that's doing it when solar and wind is inefficient. And these are always on. These are full on water too much. Let's set up a few more turbines in general. I can probably go steal some. Oh, we have closed turbine 2 as well. I forgot about that. We got to make those. I completely forgot. All right, let's upgrade this. So currently we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 14 of them. It looks like we can slot in 2 more easily on the side. Easy-ish enough. Let's go ahead and upgrade these to, we'll say 20 of the turbine 2s. Being able to process more water on the bottom side will be good, but I think turbine 2s are just more efficient in general, right? I completely forgot we got them. Yeah, so it's a 95% efficiency instead of an 80, or 90, excuse me, instead of 85. Well, water, you can put in more solar panels, I guess. I think that's probably going to be the play. Let's take a break from doing pylon automation and stuff, and we'll focus on fixing that for now. Really just working what's in front of us, because clearly the power is like a real significant downer on our base, and we need to fix it. Okay, so let's start by making 20 of the open turbines, or closed turbine 2. Right, we want closed ones instead of open ones. What's the difference between closed and open? I already forgot. I know they explained it to me. So you have the 3 modes of that one. Vent it in the atmosphere. Ah, this is the one that returns things back, right? So we want to stick with closed. That's what it is. Closed ones gets us material back. We need sticks, we need motors, we need capacitors, and then some, whatever the heck these are called, aluminum thingies. Can I handcraft the aluminum thingies? Let's see. Toads cannot, so we need to actually grab them from where they're being made. Aluminum sheets or whatevs. I don't actually think we make them anywhere. Maybe we should set up automation for these. It's gonna be a pain, but it could be a good idea. It often is. They really punish you for trying to not automate everything. But like open turbines, like don't let us take stuff back. Like I can see the value of them, and we can also, oh, you know, we could, hold on. What if we use our brains hypothetically? Nah, that doesn't sound good. Never mind. I'm pulling out of this idea. Forget about it. Whatever I was on about right there, it's not important. Let's go back to our baser instincts of, I was going to say doing the bare minimum, but that's not totes what it's like. You actually need your plastic over here. I'm terribly sorry for stealing your plastic. I thought that that was just a remnant of when I was making the power poles up there. Okay, sorry. I'm really getting lost in the sauce here. So closed turbine 2. I can probably save a chunk of materials by grabbing the closed turbine ones as well. What are the capacitors from? I imagine from open turbine 2 then, because it doesn't appear they're here. Let's go grab some capacitors and pick up some and see if we can convert them. Their efficiency is better and they output more power, so it just seems like a win-win across the board. Apparently I have a stone brick maker here. Truly a relic of the past, but a relic that we will in fact take advantage of now. Maybe it's one of those cool ancient relics that does a bunch of cool stuff. Alright, I can see them down there. Cool. So that literally does not save me like any materials at all. That's crazy. Is that motor 2 that it requires? I don't think I set up motor 2, did I? That's where the problem's gonna be then. We must set up some for motor 2. Oh no. Uh-oh. That's really bad. Oh no, it's not bad? It's fine. Okay. Never mind. We're good. I saw the iron coming down here. I was like, this is supposed to be the belt that everything gets destroyed on. Oh, I panicked over nothing. That was a real problem. I looked there and I was like, I don't recognize this. Where iron's drying up too. Should probably replace these, but I want to focus on the power for a little bit. Okay, step back. Capacitors are over here, right? They're not over here. Where do we make capacitors? They're up there. We'll go grab some capacitors to start. I think we kind of need to remake like most of this. There's a boatload of capacitors here, so I'm going to just slurp up a ton of them. That should be sufficient for the rest of our turbines. In addition, we need... Motor 2 needs automation, and we also need somewhere to grab those aluminum sheets. There's some sticks in here. Are these steel rods that we need for the closed turbines? Because if so, that's kind of perfect. So we need both of them, unfortunately. Where are those boxes that had like iron rods and stuff in them forever ago? They should be like around here somewhere, right? I guess not. Perhaps I cleaned them up many moons ago. Oh no, it's still over here. Wonderful. Saves me a lot of headache. So let's look at the aluminum plates and then motor 2. I guess I'll start looking at motor 2. Insulated wire. Oh, it's just like a whole hullabaloo, isn't it? Steel rod, steel plate, steel gear, insulated wire. It's really not that bad. In fact, we have most of what we need over here. Do I make insulated wire somewhere in this build? I think we build it on the other side. I might just nab it from there temporarily from the this build. We have insulated wire done here. Oh my gosh, our power is so bad. Why did it get so bad so quick? I swear it wasn't always this bad. It must be the wind. Me scapegoating the wind as all my problems instead of Mercury being in retrograde. Okay, motor 2. So we need the insulated wire, steel plate, steel rod, steel gear. And then the final part. Let me just set it here, which is a lubricant. Motor 2. We're not going to keep this here permanently. This is just going to be a temporary, like, we need it right now kind of situation. Must have been the wind. Yeah, pretty much. Is totes the vibe I'm getting here. I did not make it so the lubricant was easily accessible, but that's fine. I mean, realistically, I can even just hand feed these for now. I think I'll just do that because we don't need a crazy amount and I don't want to set this up at like its permanent home yet. So what we'll do is we'll set it up on the lubricant line and then we'll just grab a bunch of stuff and hand feed it. We will have to set up motor 2. I mean, I imagine. I'd be quite surprised if motor 2 exists and we don't have to set it up. It's a motor. It's like, I guess it's not technically a super iconic Factorio thing. What is the most iconic Factorio thing? It's gotta be iron gear wheel, right? Or just gear wheel in general. You ever notice how the Factorio logo is like this weird, like, copper gear wheel that doesn't exist? I wouldn't say it eats away at me, but it does make me think sometimes. Okay, so motors are not only extremely slow to craft. Gear wheel seems like the gear wheel is in the logo, so I guess that makes it iconic. That's kind of how I feel about it as well. I think an inserter arm might be more iconic to me, though. Electric engine is iconic to me also. Yeah, electric engine unit's a good one. Let me grab some more insulated wires and we'll feed those in. I had no idea these were going to be so ridiculously slow. Because we need 1.5 every single craft as well. It does not help that our factory is effectively dead because the wind on this planet no longer exists. Look at this. Over the past, like, 10 hours, look at the spikes. Like, sure, it's gotten bad at times, but it's been rough the past hour for sure. And maybe this is consistent, actually. Probably be some good winds soon. Regardless, we'll deal with it because it's our problem. I actually think we do have sheets down here, and we totes do. Are those sheets in a box too? There's no chance I had the foresight. A girl too smart and IQ too high. A streamer just too intelligent. Jokes aside, I'm very happy we got those available to us. Although I think I just walked right past the thing. That was only a few feet away from where I needed to be effectively. Okay, so closed turbine 2 is an improvement. It's really expensive though. Takes a while to handcraft. Total raw is 3 minutes of crafting, in fact. But like, it generates an extra 1 megawatt for each one. So if we're doing 20 of them, we had 14 before at 1.5, so we were rocking like not much. At a maximum like 8 megawatts, is it? No, I guess it'd be 18. I think inserters the mechanics the most peculiar to Factorio. It's really interesting. I like how smart inserters are, kind of. Where if you put something that they can like identify in front of them, they know that the right thing to do is to like actually wait and put the item in instead of just like randomly doing stuff. You know, we got access to modules as well. Efficiency modules. We need to make a pin of that. We're making notes, all right? I can't believe how ridiculous the setup for getting locomotives is, though. This whole thing being locomotives is absolutely nuts. Definitely going to take advantage of those trains, though. That's for gosh darn sure. I may as well start storing some, but I don't want to store too many. Also, our supplies, like I said, are kind of hurting, but nature is healing slowly. I guess literally. I ended up naming the save file Regrowth because it reminded me of that Regrowth mod that I liked forever ago in Minecraft. I don't know if it's still a thing. We're out of steel plates. Those are accessible, I think, through a box. Maybe there's no box for them, though. I remember there's the 2 steel boxes down here. Somewhere. Ah, nuts. Appears the steel plates did not make it through. This said, we can nab some of them from crafters over here. We don't need a crazy amount, thankfully, but the steel is really hurting. Even after improving it, it appears that the issue is from low power primarily, though, which makes sense. Okay, let's start setting these down as we get them, because we need every ounce of power we can get. Wonder what mode we should have them on. Does it really matter in practice? Apparently I put it down in the wrong direction, so it matters there at least. There, steam goes in. It's making power. Like, currently it's in backup mode. I guess backup mode's fine, right? It should basically always be on because of how the stupid things work. Yeah, it's just way too much water, though. I do like they can produce more power. 2.5 megawatts is a pretty big improvement to the one. I was thinking it's 1.5 before. I was struggling with the math of doing 1.5 times 14, but I could probably do 1 point... I mean, it's really not that bad either, but 1 times or 10 times 14 probably isn't bad, or 1 times 14. Okay, so we're boiling water, but it's too slow right now. Let's go ahead and try to work on more solar collectors too if we can. I don't know if we can eke out one more of these collectors on the side. It'd be nice if we could. 1 times 14 sounds pretty tricky. Look, I understand what you're saying, and I kind of like completely agree, actually. There's something about Factorio, at least about these mod packs and stuff, that as I do them, my brain just kind of like shuts down. It really struggles to keep up with like basic mathematics. It's really sad. I wonder if I should just always have these on. I mean, I can also just set up a dump for the water for now so they can run more efficiently, but now it looks like the wind is kicked on. Never mind, the wind isn't kicked on, it's just the water has an issue. All right, let's do a temporary dump for the water. I'm going to dismantle this for now. We'll work on that later. Let's do a temporary dump for the water. We'll have a pump that decides when it goes. I always play with one of those calculator mods because ratios are tricky. Honest to goodness, I really should. It's really a blunder that I haven't yet. There's a lot of like, I very much like when I played Space Age and stuff, I played it just Space Age. When I played Ultra Cube, I click install on the mod, it installs with dependencies, and I go, great, I'll launch it and I'll play it. So I don't traditionally go off the beaten path to put on other mods because my logic always was, which I don't know is necessarily always the truth, but my logic was, if it's going to be a position where like the mod was made in a specific way, they probably want me to like deliberately do it in that way. Which I think is kind of like, I don't want to say it's quitter talk, but there's some logic to it. It makes sense to me, at least, in the sense that I don't want to make the mod too easy by turning on something unintended, but I hardly think a calculator is unintended. So I'm very much tempted to do so. I'm going to go ahead and just do some really simple circuit here. I don't even know if you can call it a circuit. It's just going to go, is there a bunch of water? If there is a bunch of water, please become less water. Thank you. Keep it on the nose. Keep it simple. This shouldn't meaningfully... I mean, this is technically wasting water. I was going to say it's not wasting any water, but it totes is, so I don't want to pretend it's not. Put that over there. Bring that across there, and then one more over here. This should at least help the power situation a lot, because clearly these can't run as much as they should be. I'm really grateful I'm feeling notably better than yesterday. I'm hoping I keep feeling even better, though. I'm going to change all of these so that they're primary energy providers for now, I think. What's numpad? Oh, right, it's not numpad for me, because I don't have a numpad. Oh, they're a different color as well. So now we're not producing enough steam to satisfy it. Makes sense since this is going to be 2.5 times, almost 2.5 times as expensive because the efficiency is slightly better. I didn't think about that. Making 20 of them might be overkill for how much steam we're making for now. Did I put it backwards? Surely not. I mean, I absolutely did. I can see that I did. Oh, no, I didn't. I did? It's hard to tell. No, I toasted. This needs to have that over there. I don't know how you got steam in you in the first place. That's actually quite impressive. Alright, sweet. So now we're steaming. Space-wise, this is a lot more efficient, too. I mean, it's just the more efficient one is more efficient news at 11. Let's go ahead and make more of them. I want to upgrade at least this cluster of 10 to them. They're very expensive, though. Then we can assess getting more steam power, because I don't think wind is cutting it. And I say that because apparently our demand is just like 50 megawatts now. These average 1.5, so like at its average, our base will run, but anytime it dips under that, our base is just going to have like a huge hit to it. So we need to stop relying on only wind turbines or dramatically expand them out. And I don't really feel like dramatically expanding them out. I feel like I'd rather take some time to learn what's going on with the steam and how to make it work better. So it'll be a learning experience for us. Our iron is rapidly drying up in the meantime, though. I'm going to place a few more I don't want to call it a bandage fix, but it kind of is. I think you can flip these in this mod. Oh, right, they're in the center actually because these are 3x3s. That's probably not a satisfying outcome. Let's go ahead and bring power over to here as well. May as well just drain this iron patch as much as we can. We know where another one is. We have a train line to it. We just haven't got everything set up for it yet. We're going to have to make a whole new iron stack anyway. So scale up, scale up, scale up. Accumulator charging against last night. It is nice. We'll take it. Any step we can take, we will absolutely take. Okay, so let's go back over. Is there any sciences we can run? Heck no, there ain't. Decompress 1000 compressed nitrogen. Wait. Nitrogen is just currently being like thrown into the abyss. Is nitrogen like useful? I didn't realize nitrogen was useful. If we could use that for power as well, that would be nice. I guess the compressed nitrogen on its own, which I couldn't do before, but I can do now. I can go into a Stirling engine? Do I have access to a Stirling engine? I don't. What the heck do I do with it then? Oh my gosh, there is a recipe for it. How does that make sense? I mean, that's interesting. Setting up a use case for, and anytime we have a fuel or something, if I can compress it and then use it elsewhere, I think that's ideal. It looks pretty easy to do. Yeah, I like playing Nullius with Factory Planner. It helps me a lot in playing power plants, stuff like that. I've never used Factory Planner, but I've heard people talk about it. What is it? Nitrogen is mostly a waste product, but it's useful for a few things. Good to know, because I'm very tempted to try to compress it and use it now. I mean, it's required for one of our checks, too, and that's a power-related check. Hold on. It gives us nitrogen chemistry and then climatology, too, which is making the climatology thing with different gases and wastewater. And, like, real solar panels. I mean, there's still steps to make to get there, but there are power solutions coming. Substations. They're called substations. What's a transformer? Like a robot in disguise or something else? Probably using substation. Yeah, that's what it is. Never mind, no robots. Robot speed 1. Alright, we must be kind of far off of this one then. Geothermal power. Built over a fumarole? Is that how you pronounce that? To generate 10 megawatts of heat energy. Okay, we're gonna have a lot of different power options. What do you mean produce 50 heat pipe 1s? How would I have not done that by now? I guess maybe I haven't. Either way, I think we want to start focusing on our checkpoints again pretty soon. Because this is holding us back a bit, and we have a new power option in our near future. Maybe I'll set up the nitrogen in the meantime, too. I can have some of them feeding into nitrogen as well. The transformer converts electrical voltage, high voltage transmission for transmission lines, and low voltage for usage. Ah, interesting. Transformer is an electrical component that changes the voltage of an electrical line. Not a robot in disguise, but I have learned something today, so I appreciate it. Kind of does what's on the tin, too. It calls for transforming and it delivers on that transforming. A mod that I'm really missing right now is the like super long reach mod that was a base one in Ultra Cube. I actually really like that mod. I'm surprised how much I liked it, but now that I don't have it anymore, I'm realizing how much I want to just be able to reach really far away and grab something. Where were those iron boxes? They were part of the iron stuff down here. Well, I'm gonna grab a few of the iron plates and then we're gonna go up there and nab some of the steel so that we can make a few more of these turbines. Looks like our power is dead again. Let's just not look at it. If we don't look at the inserters moving extremely slow, you can't actually see them, therefore they're not moving slowly. But unfortunately, it seems that regardless of where we look, there's inserters everywhere. A sad existence, but we're just too efficient at everything we do. Jokes aside, gosh, I really hate wind power. I kind of liked it initially, but like seeing the factory just like completely do this randomly is so frustrating. I wonder how useful that geothermal. It said it was 10 megawatts too. Like from what we found, we're gonna need some of the gases, but like right here, this is 70 megawatts, right? Is that what it said? That's crazy. And we can just convert that heat energy super easily as well. Interesting, it has a mining speed, a mining area, and it yields geothermal plant 1. I'm willing to bet we don't actually mine up geothermal plant 1s, but that would be kind of crazy. That really makes me want to do a randomizer. I was almost tempted to take like, not quite yet, but I thought about like through Nullius, I might take a break at one point to do another randomizer, do one of the wacky ones where like you mine productivity modules out of the ground. Could be fun. Still too much water? Did I set up the signal wrong? It doesn't surprise me if I did. No? How is that possible? Okay, so water goes down here. Oh no, that is a full tank. I know, it's just a lot of water we produce excess of. Heck. Yeah, tank only holds 15k. You're absolutely correct on that one. Surely the most logical thing is to just make the solar array bigger so that we can burn more of it into steam. Yeah, it just makes complete sense to me. It's heckin' expensive to do that. Hey, Sneckerowave, how are you today? Condition is set for 25k? No, really? So it just never worked the entire time? You're so right, Flip. I appreciate the help. Hopefully that does it a little bit better. You do keep complaining about your lack of power, do I? Like I said, we'll get to it. I'm a complainer, I can't help it. So we're now making too little steam to satisfy this, which is wonderful. How do we want to get more heat? I guess is the question. Can we feed more of these at once is another question. And do I want to transfer over to fully using water? Can these take any modules? I'm willing to bet the answer is no. Oh, we need to make efficiency modules too. Module efficiency ples. Cool. Hope you're feeling a bit better today. I'm feeling a lot better sick-wise, but I'm feeling like I didn't sleep much, which is not the end of the world. So I'm certainly not going to complain. I think in general, maybe I'm on like that like second wind you kind of get where you get up and you start functioning, and then like 4 or 5 hours from now I'm just gonna kind of crash out, but we'll have to see when time goes on. Hi Lily, nice to see ya. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so how bad are efficiency modules? They actually don't look bad. What if we just put efficiency modules in literally everything? What if that's the power solution? What if everything I'm doing now is for naught? Because efficiency modules exist. Now I hear you cry, Miko, it takes 12 seconds to craft them. You have a lot of things, probably more than 12 things, so it'll probably take more than a few minutes to fill up the whole base. Yes, but if we do it now, we'll get them sooner, my dear chatter. That's a very good point you bring up. But consider that we need to get red wire to make green wire, which is insulated wire, which is logic circuit. Everything is just logic circuits, and we're crafting them right here, and they're not doing anything. It's meant to be. You gotta believe me. Otherwise, why would they have made it so simple? Okay, no, there we go. Insulated wire is also made somewhere around here, right? Maybe it's not. That's exactly how I cried word for word. How did you know? That's crazy. Honestly, I call it a gift, but it might be more of a curse. It ruins all the mystery in life when you know exactly what people are going to say. Okay, so I need to bring over insulated wire and make my own. I think I'm going to make my own. It looks like we're doing better on aluminum, which is nice. We will absolutely take it. So the insulated wire, I mean, the insulated wire is also just kind of sitting here too, though. What if we yoinked it? I shouldn't. Miko, don't do it. It's not worth yoinking the insulated wire from this build. Yes, but other Miko, don't worry about it because it's toast not being used. No one will notice. Think about it. Like, we're in dire straits right now. Can our undergrounds fit across our thing now? Uh-oh. We can't actually underground across here anymore. I mean, it's fine. We can make it so you can just, like, cross through, but this is kind of, like, profoundly wasteful, isn't it? Worst part is I wish it was a little bit bigger as well. I'll have this go upward one. Bring it down here, bring it around. And we'll leave it up there. We'll just have it so that this inserter gets a little bit longer and then we're good to go. And there's insulated wire into red wires, into green wires. We also need our excess of these logic circuits. Oh, look how slow it is. Coming out here. What were we doing again? Right, it was modules. We make modules in here? What type of things are modules made in? Module. Dire straits, money for nothing? You are in fact right. Logic circuits, arithmetic circuit. Wait, this is the wrong one. We don't want haste. Heck haste. Haste is going to be way too rough for us. We need to focus on power above all. That's the important thing. So memory circuits, the other thing, which I'm going to assume are easy. I don't think we've made them before, but this is almost everything. What are you made in? You're made in small assemblers, as I expected. Memory circuits also in small assemblers. That takes logic circuits and capacitors. Ooh, that's really unfortunate. I haven't made capacitors like anywhere, and I was really like putting it off for a while. That's kind of funny though. Okay, so we'll do it like this so that you can feed a little bit far away and you have space to offload. Feed you in as well. Change this over to memory cell thingy, memory circuit. This is totes gonna solve all my problems and not just be a waste of time. I can feel it. This is gonna be big. This is gonna change how we do things around here. Capacitor, how do we make you? Graphite, plastic, alumina. Ooh, aluminum sheet. Unfortunately, alumina does not come anywhere near here. Everything else does, but alumina doesn't. Getting it as part of the bus is going to be real difficult going forward. The alumina is right here. There's a belt of it with graphite that comes down here. Or is that alumina? It is. So alumina goes down here. And we use it for capacitors right here. I could, in theory, just like belt these capacitors up, but they're fairly slow to craft. But what if I just use them anyways? No, Miko, don't do it. Using those for science. I'm really starting to get in that mindset where I'm like, where I'm just cutting corners, which is never good. Let's bring the alumina up. Actually, let's check the recipe first and see what capacitors are used for. If they're used for a lot, we'll bring the alumina up ourselves. They're used in batteries. So we're probably just going to bring up the alumina. Let's do it. So I'll have it so that this one underground's here. I think I can bring it up roughly here. Have you underground here. Grab a splitter here, and then we're going to bring it up, and then we're going to do another splitter here where we start filtering for the alumina specifically. I could, in theory, change it up so that we bring the, what is this called? Graphite as well, but we already have graphite up there, so I don't think it's really worth it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it up here to start. And then once it's up here, we're going to do one more splitter to double load it for space. And then we're going to pray that we have a straight line to go up, and we do, but it's going to be like our last line that we can do towards the center of the bus. So any more bus additions are gonna have to come from this side. I shouldn't have gone for a bus, but at the same time, what else would we have done? This gives us at least some modicum of like design or organization, might be a better word for it. But man, it got messy quick. I was expecting to be able to kind of coast by with this for a while. Also, the sand just kind of dies partway through the bus, which I did not realize, which is kind of funny, but also just a little bit tragic because I don't really know what to do about that right now, to be honest with you. Guess I'll move this over here. And ruin that belt, I think. Yep, that feels pretty good. Much better. So there's the alumina. So now we can make our own capacitors up here. And potentially double dip on them as well. I think capacitors need to be in here as well. So we'll make a capacitor. Maybe we won't make capacitors because they're probably in chem plants because they're batteries, and batteries are always in chem plants. We did automate chem plants. I did that as like a moral victory. They're not in here either. They're in nothing. Sorry for lying to you. They're in foundries. I do admittedly really like the fact that you need to use the smaller crafters for things. I think it's quite cute at times. Alright, so what do you need to make a capacitor? Is it most of the stuff I have right here? Actually, yes. I was saying that kind of ironically, but basically everything is right here. We will need to do a processing for aluminum sheets. So we'll change this one over to aluminum sheets, which then requires aluminum plates as well. So we'll put that over here, and then we can just do a little daisy chain of those. And thankfully, because we have the long inserters, we can just do it right here and it'll be just fine. So we'll go ahead and craft 2 more foundries to get that going. In fact, I'll make more than 2 of them for now. Should really automate foundries. That's on the to-do list because I'm sure that we'll need foundry 2 at one point, and having bots set up things will make it a lot more tempting, I suppose, to actually have that working. But for now, we'll have this go up 1, and then we'll just have 1 long boyo over there to nab it and help us out. You're not a long boyo. Perfect. I didn't change the recipe on that. I was like, why is this not working? What did I mess up? Looks good. So, yeah, that's going to feed into there. That's our capacitors done. Their capacitors up here. So now we feed the capacitors into the memory circuits. The memory circuits feed into the efficiency module. And then, when you know, we have efficiency modules. Pretty slowly, admittedly. But there's like a lot of times where we're not like doing anything, right? We're thinking about what to do. We're trying to fix a problem. As long as the resources are flowing, during this time, everything should just kind of fix, which is, I think, a beautiful thing. And there's our first capacitor coming through. It takes 3 of them for each one. I'm going to divine intervention a little bit, just to get the ball rolling. This certainly won't satisfy it. It needs 0.4 per second. Actually, no, it will satisfy it. That's how slow it is. But at least with this, we get efficiency modules. Let's go check who the big troublemakers are. It looks like the priority electrolyzers, if those on their own, like think about it like this. These are eating 6.2 megawatts. If we can cut these in half, we're looking at like 3.1 or right now 3.0. That puts it to our next highest one. That saves so much power. Saving 3 megawatts for simply slamming a bunch of electrolyzers. Or are these electrolyzers? Distillery. These. If I just slam, oh my god, they can't take efficiency module. Never mind, everything's awful. And now the radar is off too. I take it all back. Efficiency modules were a terrible idea. I don't think they're actually a terrible idea, but I am a little bit sad to learn that that's how that works. What's up with mods and being obsessed with not being able to lower the power of really expensive things? Like, it's not that bad, but I really wish I could have. That would have been so nice. We can certainly do the distilleries. We can certainly do... I don't think we can do the air filters either, to be honest with you. Nope, but we can do the distilleries, which are all right here, which is something. Every little bit of power we can save is a win. Looks like our foundries also take a good chunk. Because when the wind dies down, it's just, like, horrible. Big highs and big lows for sure. Time to build more wind turbines. I don't wanna. I know I think I have to, but I don't wanna. Alright, we'll come back to our efficiency modules. I'm gonna limit it so that the box can go half full. We'll say 4 lines. Getting sufficient electrolytes because that would let you make power from nothing. Alright, you know what? That's fair. However, I want power from nothing. It's not fair, but it is fair. But I will complain about it a little bit. But not a significant amount, but a little bit. I mean, solar panels are power from nothing, kinda. But, like, only half the day and take up a lot of space. Alright, fine. Wind already lets you make power from nothing. What's the problem? True. That's what we should really focus on. What if we instead pump a bunch of stuff into the atmosphere, particularly stuff that doesn't really like each other? Hear me out. So I don't know what that would be. I don't know chemical reactions, but surely there's some gases that don't really like each other. So what if we just go to like one corner of our planet here and we just pump all that stuff in the air together, and then we make sure that it kind of impacts high up, right? And that goes boom. I'm sure that'll produce some sort of wind, right? So we can use the nasty gases we don't want. We can have like a nice constant flow of wind on the planet. You able to build accumulators? Not yet. I think they're called grid power in this. Let me see. Grid battery, that's what they're called. Still quite a bit away, unfortunately. Not super close. I mean, semi-close. It's a lot of progress to make, though. You build thermal batteries, keep your solar generators generating all night. That's a thermal battery. Oh, interesting. You could store heat? I didn't know that was a thing. That's really nice. So there's a lot of nice power solutions coming up. We just need to keep pushing through everything being awful for a while. And that's just life sometimes, right? Once you push through and things aren't awful anymore, everything feels great. So we're just going to try for that everything feels great moment. How are we doing on the water? We are like making so much water. Is this part of a primary water line somewhere? Is that what's happening? I'm very confused. Logically, we should have like run out of water by now. And yet we haven't. I guess because we're making steam still with saline, it's making us produce more water. I'm just surprised it's so heavy, or how heavy-handed it is and one-sided it is. Our water source is finite in this? Thankfully, no. That would be a real problem if so. At least I hope not. If they are, then I'm very scared. Make the whole planet your steam turbine, big brain? That's what I'm thinking. Thank you. It's a good idea. I actually don't even need the thermal tanks. You build extra panels and put the steam in fluid tanks. Yeah, I think I just need a boatload of solar collectors. They just take so much space up, though. I think more solar collectors and more heat exchangers is probably the right idea. Getting the proper ratio of them is going to be a little bit tough, though. We have efficiency modules set up at least. There's at least one in the box over there, so we can start slamming those as time goes on. Honestly, there's two of them. One of the most beautiful things I've seen in my entire life are these two efficiency modules. Genuinely a sight for sore eyes. Let's go smack them in some distilleries. It's a shame we can't identify which distilleries are the big culprits, but I got a funny feeling it's the ones at the start. Build them further away and take the train to them? Okay, hold on. I actually kind of like that idea. It does feel like I'm way too cramped right now. Why does it have a plus 20 kilowatts? It's 140, which is not half of 300. And then plus 20. I do not understand. I mean, yay, I guess. But it looks like it's also just getting extra kilowatts of power consumption for no reason. That's to a minimum of 20%. It's not 20% of it, though. It's also, like, not 50% that it took away. Whatever, it's probably fine. Okay, so I think what we need to do is start making more solar collectors, which means we probably need more heat pipes. But what if our solution is just to push through a few more things? Oh, I appreciate the pudding gem. Nice to see you, Q. How are you today? Seeing the pudding gem coexist with the ultra cube is kind of crazy. Feels like the end of the movie where the protagonist and like the... What's the word for the person who's not the antagonist but kind of against the protagonist? The anti-hero? They kind of like get together and form a party against the big bad evil. I'm alive, I'm pretty tired. Alive is good. We do strive for alive. Did the whole factory just turn off for a moment? Do efficiency modules do the opposite of efficiency? What is going on? I must have disconnected the power or something. How could that have happened? The foil maybe rival? All of them? I'll take them. Thought I'd switch it up for my birthday and not steal your glasses. It's your birthday today? Holy cow, happy birthday. Is it really? Dang, I didn't realize it was so late in the month already. Hopefully your birthday is fun. You gonna do anything fun for it? Unefficiency module? True. We're now wicked behind on Steam. We're behind on water now too? I've never been more confused than trying to set up... Like, the chemistry in this is one thing, but... having to actually, like, make this work is so much more confusing. Oh, no, I see the problem. But I need a pump. But I can put one higher up. That'll solve the problem. I was recently, like a few days ago, talking to my mom about my birthday. I told her I was skipping this year. She told me she was going to celebrate without me if I didn't celebrate it. I'm like, dang it. Nothing planned for today. I went and saw FFPD last Friday. I went to Danger Party on Saturday. I might have gone, met someone there, went to dinner. Oh, that's nice. Super happy to hear. Bad things are looking up for ya. I genuinely don't know how we're out of water already, though. This is, like, really distressing. We were fine on water before. Maybe I should just produce my own water on site instead of doing the seawater boiling. How is it that we're behind on seawater as well, though? Because the power is so bad? Is it possible for a power to be so bad that you just, like... can't produce more power? You produce 125 per second. Okay, this never was enough to satisfy it. So I do need another one somewhere. You will get older whether you like it or not. I really don't like it, but you are correct about that. I have no say in the matter. Oh my gosh, I set up a second one and never plugged it in. My poor little peanut brain. I planned for this. I just got so lost in the sauce when setting it up. Well, I'm glad I guess I had some planning. This is also... yeah, that should be fine over there. I don't think we're going to need a pump either because we're using the red pipes, hopefully. It's messed up that you're behind on water and water and water. It's true. Heck, we do need a pump. We'll just use a one-way one to save on power. I'm getting so desperate. Okay, so let me plug that in there. That is the wrong direction and also apparently not an appropriate locale for it. So I guess I'll just make one more of it. What's one more one-way pipe between friends after all? Okay, now are you satisfied? You are. I had set that up initially. I really wish I could just like blow holes in the ground and make more water effectively. Okay, but you're always running now. That could be why we got behind on water. But you're not always running because of the power, is that right? 125, 125, so it's 250 per second. You definitely produce way less or consume way less than 250 per second. But you're used somewhere else too? Oh no. Wait, no, you have a whole extra one. You have so much seawater. How the heck are you running out? I guess it's just the power. Whenever the wind decides to not blow, everything really just shuts down. Yeah, okay, it's just been messing with me for a while. Look at this. I don't know how people, I mean, okay, I'm being a little judgmental there. I was gonna go on like, I don't know how people like wind power. It's not bad when it works, but like, look at that. We just genuinely had like 10 minutes of no power because the wind was just like, hey, we're not feeling it today. Thankfully, they did show up for work today, so at least everything's on. Granted, our factory's demand is quite high. I'm hoping in the meantime we can get our things charged up. I really wish we could charge more as well. Maybe we can get a few more efficiency modules down. Right, I want to make more of the solar collectors as well, which means we just have heat pipes specifically. What was that check over here? Produce 5 haste modules. This was the decompress 1,000 compressed nitrogen. Let's look into that as well. Let's take a little pit stop. I know I'm bouncing. I'm so sorry. I just can't help it. There's so many interesting things to like figure out. What are those called? A priority compressor. Compresses gas. Compressed gas can be used for faster chemical reactions, higher pipe throughput, as a medium for storing energy. Electricity consumption node may be toggled between 2 stages using numpad plus. So I'm going to try and take the nitrogen, because to my memory, we literally, like, this is just like all nitrogen going into the air. If we could turn this into power, it would be very, very cool. I'd argue that it'd be cash money even. Granted, we need to make some more turbines as well. I think I'm going to just make some default ones or use those for testing currently. Don't have a wonderful space for them, unfortunately. Alright, so... we need to put down our compressor thingy and see how it works. Compressor thingy. There's compressor thingy. You look crazy. What do you do? Apparently you have a pipe spot as well. Why are you having a pipe spot? How do you feel about your pipe spot? You can compress hydrogen, you can compress nitrogen. I guess you'll compress nitrogen. It looks like you produce 26 compressed nitrogen per second. If I... there's no recipe set on that one. Does compressed nitrogen just go straight into the turbine on its own? It should, I guess, because it's compressed. I don't really get how it works, to be honest. I don't really know what makes a gas compressed or uncompressed or whatevs. Can we flip you vertically? No, we cannot. Kinda super annoying in this very specific situation. Won't be really annoying otherwise, though, so I'm not going to sweat it too much. Go ahead and put down our priority compressor over here. Again, this is mainly testing. I might leave this here as well if it's not taking up too much space and it's just kind of chilling. For now, this will be fine. Move these up a smidgen. We're going to need to offload our water somewhere, so keep that in mind as well. I believe it spits out water. What makes a gas compress, girl? The pressure? I don't think you're wrong, but does that make you right? I know the answer is yes, but still. Like, what is a compressed gas? How do you... can you just, like, squeeze a gas hard enough and it becomes compressed? It's making some weird sounds, compressing. I mean, I assume that's what's happening here. It's just removing pressure, but, like, how do you do that? You squeeze it? Alright, let's see how much you end up eating. Alright, so it turns out to compress the gas, we're going to need a boatload of compressors. Which I don't think is inherently bad. Can you just squeeze it? Alright, well, I don't think I'm personally strong enough. I do... this is kind of an embarrassing thing to admit, but I do struggle when it comes to opening jars sometimes. And I have had to ask my roommate for help. How much do you need to actually, like, rip it? Let me actually bring you down to 1. And then you output nitrogen. Okay, so you eat 104 and turn it into 26. You eat 66.6 and turn it into 240. No idea how that converts. Is this good? Oh wait, I can make it open. Why would I not just make it open? Is this not like the solution to everything? I forgot about open turbines altogether. Why would we close it? If we have it open, it just kind of goes into the atmosphere, right? Have you ever used a bicycle pump? I have absolutely used a bicycle pump. Pressure, I hardly know her. Nice one. If this works, I think I've solved all my problems, and it turns out it was just dumb the entire time. Maybe. But also maybe not. But this also might not solve all my problems, but it might solve some of them, or at least be convenient in the moment. Like pumping air into an air mattress. I have done that before. I haven't been on an air mattress in a minute, though. Okay, this might be the greatest invention of all time. This is free power. Like, I don't know if you're aware that I basically just, like, figured out a perpetual motion machine of power. I wonder how, like, negative this is on power, jokes aside. Because we make a boatload of nitrogen to the point where we're backed up on it right now because we have nitrogen as a byproduct. It doesn't really get used for anything. But I wonder how bad or how good this is. Let's make a few more of these compressors and see if we can set up like a little setup for them. So you consume 63.8 per second. You produce 26 per second. So unfortunately, we're going to need to do 4 of them, right? 26 times 3. Yeah, it's going to be too low. So it's going to be 4 of them to 1 kind of. I guess that's not inherently bad. We can also upgrade to an open turbine 2. Turbine recovers 30% of the energy used by the compressor. Seems nice then. We need to get rid of it anyways. Currently we're just chimneying it, right? So it seems in my mind more efficient than just like getting rid of it. Maybe it's not that efficient, but it feels good to me. Feels like doing something. Instead of nothing, I suppose. Capacitor and then motor 2. I don't remember when we make motor 2. It's like over there or something. Ah, it's down there. Hello, motor 2. Thank you for existing. I appreciate you. Capacitors are made on site here now. Grab some of those. Cool. We'll make an open turbine 2, and we'll see how that goes with it. That seems nice, though. Like, it's just something where we're just shooting the nitrogen into nothing anyways right now. If we turn it into power, it's a win-win. We have so much power. I genuinely am like... I'm a little concerned it's going to go to my head, so I'm going to ask you, chat, that you really keep me grounded. Because things do go to my head quickly. And I think this could be one of those scenarios. But I do think this could be good, all jokes aside. It's a straight line here to take stuff out. It is. Cool, 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 cool. So we can do this kind of in our own space over here. The base is going to hurt a little bit because the nitrogen's not going anywhere right now, but we should be able to fix it up. So I guess we'll just send it, right? But we can still have chimney set up as well so the base doesn't break. But ideally, if we can just burn it at a satisfying pace when we have access instead of chimneying it, I think that's the dream, isn't it? So let's look for, what are they called? Pump or something? Not pump. I just made 5 of them. There they are. They're compressors. Compressors cannot be flipped, so we'll just do 4... 5 of them over here. We'll move them just a smidgen to the side. I'm just trying to fit them in where we have some real estate more than anything. Even the ground is important when working with electricity. Ooh, that's true. That's very true. Quite clever. Alright, so that looks good. Let's have that up there, that up there. We'll put the recipe. These will now start compressing the living goodness out of nitrogen. Probably want to get rid of that power pole, as that power pole does not serve a purpose other than pain and depression, which is not a great purpose for a power pole to serve. Now we're making the compressed nitrogen over here. We have the compressed nitrogen come out, and then we have it go into open turbine 2. I don't even know, like, this might only be able to feed one of them, to be honest. But this is free power rather than just sending it nowhere, right? These produce 26 per second each. This produces or consumes 153 per second. 26 times 5 is what? 130? So yeah, this is just able to be fed by this one. Output full on power? I don't think so, buddy. You're changing your fate now. Hey T, how's it going? Okay, open exhaust turbine. Wait, are you an exhaust one? You are. Open exhaust turbine 2 kind of goes crazy. Oh, that makes sense too, because if we have it exhaust, it's just always going to do it as long as it's going out. No, this makes sense. This is good. I really hate what our power is doing basically all the time, but this is good. This is an improvement. I missed 10 minutes ago where it was making 50 megawatts, but I guess that is the high end of it. I think you're losing power. No, am I? Is this like a negative process? These are 500 kilowatts each, so 2.5 megawatts. I think this is zeroed out. Right? Because it's... There's no chance this zeroes out. Am I wrong? 500 kilowatts times 5 is 2.5 megawatts. With an efficiency of 95% too. Maybe I didn't solve power. I can accept the fact that it's possible that this doesn't solve power. And it's just like worse than before. I really thought this was going to be like it. I was like, perfect, we can process the nitrogen. It's not all bad. Okay, let me break it down. Right, so we can still chimney nitrogen. If we make our process like this, instead of doing it 1-to-1, and we instead have it so the nitrogen is getting stored here, we can produce a little bit more, I guess. Because the intent here is you have to compress the gas, we have extra power. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's exactly what I was thinking. I do have low battery, so we'll compress the gas for now. I guess I can leave the compressors looking fine. So whenever the wind's blowing, yeah, no, that's a good point with saving it. That's very good. That's kind of what I was stumbling upon, but not quite as eloquent as y'all put it, so I appreciate it. Interesting. All right, I'm down for it. I'm down for it. Tank it up and put it in a backup turbine, though. That's a very good point. So let's still keep it as is. I think this is a good idea. I always forget to change it. Sweet. So we have a backup turbine. And then we'll put... I'll move this tank over here. There. So we can store a bunch of it here. I'll just move it across here for aesthetic value as well. I guess I can have multiple backup turbines too as well. How is this doing on our stuff all together? We don't get nearly enough. Yeah, I didn't want to backseat. No, I appreciate the help, genuinely. Because, like, oftentimes I'll, like, have an idea, but I won't be exactly sure how to, like, put it into words or, like, fully finish it. Like, I don't want to know the solution to everything, of course, but I do appreciate the advice of people. Or, like, a gentle nudge on the right path. So thank you very much. Let's do a separate pump here. I'm gonna do something similar to what I did before. So we currently have a rule where if it's above 15k, it goes out there. I want this to be if it's above 20k. I guess we can even set it to 25. It's not waste an excess amount. That way we'll still chimney a bunch of it. But any of the excess stuff will still be going there, and that way the base won't shut down. So we'll still chimney some. Yeah, your toad's fine, don't worry. Like I said, I very much appreciate it. Is this going to be sufficient enough? I need to go back up to 6. It's looking good. I guess I'll set down more. Do these take any power to run? They don't. Alright, we may as well just set down 2 more then. As long as they don't take any power, these are just free for us, so... That should comfortably put us underneath, because it looks like we were kind of tipsy-turvy there before. Yeah, that should be good, because then if we're not compressing much of it, it'll be nice. Weird. Very weird. I guess this isn't a terrible solution. I mean, it's a fantastic solution for the issue of the wind. Very interesting. Mod pack's kind of hard. I'm going to move these a little bit up here as well, just for the sake of space. Then we'll do an underground. And then I guess we'll do normal pipes over here. Back to work. No, I very much appreciate you stopping, and hopefully the rest of your workday goes well. And happy birthday once more. Okay, so these are the backup turbines, and they're ripping right now. They're already, like, ready to rip. Because we're behind on power? I would have expected them not to rip. Good. Output is full, so they're not ripping anymore. They were just priming some energy in their thingies. But now they're kicking on because they're like, all right, hold on. Something's a little bit suspect. Because the wind stopped blowing as favorably. This is kind of cool. All right, I like this. This is really cool. I really enjoy it. I wonder what else we can do that with gases. Maybe we should make the compressor even bigger. Because, like, we need to think about the fact that when it comes to... when we're above our power, right? Once we've charged up our accumulator and everything. Sorry, might be, like, really obvious, but some of this I have to, like, put together. When this is fully built up, we're just kind of wasting wind power. Granted, most of the time the wind's been kind of a jerk. It was very consistent for a while, but... that's cool. That should help at least a little bit. I don't really know how the flow is going to end up, how much of it's going to be used or not. We also make an absurd amount of nitrogen, so it feels good in general. How much power do those produce, actually? They're really significant. They're extremely significant. Again, we only have the 4 of them over there, but like 10 megawatts. The issue is I don't think it's worth setting many more of them right now, because I don't think we're going to be able to store enough compressed nitrogen to really make it matter for the moment. But it is cool. And heck wind as well. I kind of want to set up an even bigger stack of compressing nitrogen though. Especially with how much we're still wasting. Oh, right. These have a rule for their working, right? Yeah, their priorities. So it says, consumes electricity, normally switches to surge mode. Surge mode is the weird one where it uses surplus electricity only. So this will only kick on once everything's full. So surge mode is basically like a backup equivalent for this. So if we're behind on power, it won't make any, which is a good thing. So I think I want these in surge. I keep pushing L every time and it doesn't work. That way when we're already behind, we'll use up what's in the tank defaultly. These will rip through it pretty quickly, and then when we're very far ahead, they'll start compressing again. Yeah, I think I want to build up a bigger field of surge compressors. Let's do that. I'm still like very much like experimenting with the idea, so... heck wind? Yeah, heck wind. Let's just double it for now and then give it to the next person. I'm sure they'll be kind and good with it. Our steel backed up, wow. And our iron did as well. Nature is healing. I would say quite literally, but I don't think we've done anything beneficial for nature just yet. Okay. I was looking for those thingies, the motors, but I don't think they made any more, did they? Nope, they didn't make any. What did you need? You needed more insulated wire. I think we have that on a belt now, so I can slurp a bunch and then kind of throw it in. Go ahead and grab that now. Okay. Let's go feed those things. My brain is completely lost now. I think I'm slowly getting hit with that wall of I didn't sleep enough last night, which is really unfortunate, but so it goes. We'll deal with the unfork knifeness and move on. So we want to make compressors, right? They are in fact compressors. So we need some normal pipes, which we have a pipe bus line, so we can go ahead and hop on that and grab some pipe. Then we can make more of them. I think we have 4 more we've started making now. I guess we'll do 10 for now. I'm not totally sold on the idea. I think I'm also going to have these go ahead and output into a box for now. So that I can kind of grab them later on without them storing all inside. Cool. So we'll make 10 of those. I guess we'll make 1 more open turbine as well since we happen to have the stuff for it. This is good. It looks like we've used up all of the compressed nitrogen. Seems like an ideal time to go ahead and redesign it. That's a very interesting way to store energy, though. Very, very interesting. Very different than I would have expected. I think that's good spacing. It might not be the best. It's totes not the best spacing, but that's fine. We'll fix it. These look kind of cursed when you put them side by side. I don't know why. Maybe they're not that cursed, but they look strange. All right, cool. So I will have it go pipes through the middle here. Have these come up along the side. I can't actually make a straight line, and now people can see that, and that's very embarrassing, but it is the truth. And unfortunately, that's me. And if you want me on my Ultra Cube, you have to accept me at my can't draw straight lines cube. I guess cubes are kind of made of straight lines, though, so maybe you're out of luck either way. Okay, get some power down here for these. As well as power for the compressors, and then plug them in. And then combine them at the bottom. Set the recipe. And then we need to redo the tank as well. I just wanted to make it like a little bit compact. Perhaps I should have put this elsewhere. Actually, I've changed my mind. In case I want to build more of these turbines, let's put the tank on the other side because we can expand out everything now. So if we want more tanks, we make the tanks go upward. If we want more, or I guess outward, either direction's fine. If we want more of the compressors, we make those go up. If we want more of the backup turbines, those go up. It's got its own little section of the base. And I'll just make a bunch of compressed nitrogen, which again gets burned whenever that stuff's there. Oh, we need to change it to a not a priority one as well. So I can change it like that. These are open currently. We want to change those over to... No, right. They're backup. Doesn't charge surge equipment or grid batteries. Useful for energy storage. Perfect. So backup turbine, it's an open one. Open is good. Open means that it doesn't have any outputs. It just kind of gets rid of the things. So we'll make nitrogen and then send it through. We'll store the nitrogen whenever we have excess power. We won't use it otherwise. Our power production right now is abhorrent, to put it lightly. We're making 7 megawatts out of our 50 demand effectively from wind turbines. They giveth, they taketh away, truly. I'm so glad, like, whatever was wrong with me yesterday, like, I don't know if it was allergies or if I was getting, like, a quick cold or something. I'm glad that went away. That was really annoying, having to mute every, like, 10 seconds to sneeze or blow my nose. I just don't think the world is ready yet for the pay-per-view nose-blowing content. I kind of want to start upgrading our pipes to these ones. I don't think they change much other than the extent being better, I suppose. I also just realized you can see pipeline extent on the pipes you mouse over, so you can get an idea of like how much pipe there is. Why does it only show pipeline extent here, but it doesn't show it here? Oh no, it does. Okay, never mind. Good to know. I assume that means you need more pumps after the pipeline extent. I hope that's not in the base game, because I don't think I've ever noticed that ever. If it is, oops, but whatever. Okay, so we have some more efficiency modules, probably. We should grab those in the meantime and start slotting them as well. I really want roboports. I miss them. They're gonna feel so good when we get them. There's 51 in there? Alright, that's actually like shocking how efficient that was. Because most machines only take one. So like I think we can kind of efficiency module like most of the base now. I don't know if furnaces can take them, can they? They totes can. Alright, let's start by doing what our biggest troublemakers were. Which were the distilleries. I still don't know why it's plus 20 kilowatts. Pretty sure it's base game? Oh, that's so unfortunate for me. But I will accept it. Sometimes you're not observant, but that's the thing, right? Is if you're not observant, then when you notice stuff, it's like, wow, that's really cool. Oh my gosh, efficiency modules are the best. I'm so glad. I think I also use them in Ultra Cube. I don't think I really ever used them in base Factorio. I think I started using them on Gleba, but then I realized it just wasn't worth it. Simply make more power. But I don't feel like we totes have the luxury of simply making more power right now. So if it can take an efficiency module, it shall. Can our drills take them? It looks like the small ones can't. Also, we probably want to improve our sandstone setup because we're not really cooking with it. So I'm going to take a few seconds and do that. These won't last that long, but we can always ship in more sandstone eventually. Alright, so what's our power consumption like? We've dropped, alright, I was going to say we dropped from like 55 to 40, which was huge, but it seems like we're still at 55 and the efficiency modules did literally nothing. I mean, I'm sure it made a difference. I think it's just hard to tell because everything wasn't really running for a little bit. Although maybe our satisfaction is because the accumulator as well. Maybe this is a market improvement. I didn't realize you could surge mode electrolyzers too. Alright, sweet. So we're doing good right now. We're charging a little bit. Not for long, but this should mean that everything else kicks on. This still eats a crazy amount of power though. Isn't that like what it was doing before? I feel like I'm losing my mind right now. The electrolyzers have been doing this much. Do the efficiency modules not work? Surely they work. They totes work. It just doesn't feel like they do. It says they do. But they're really like putting out just as much power. I wonder if it's because I efficiencyed everything that everything can actually like eat as much power as it want to and it just hasn't been able to eat power for a long time. That could be, I suppose. Very strange. The surge compressors do kind of eat Mondo power, but that's fine. That makes sense. These are supposed to use excess power. This is ideal. They're working as they're intended to. So kind of shooketh about the electrolyzers though. How much power do you consume? 150 megawatts? I sleep. Or kilowatt. I mean kilowatts, not megawatts. I don't sleep at megawatts. That's actually quite concerning. Eating Mondo power is what they're for. Then they're doing great, and I'm proud of them. Do we have any more distilleries to prioritize for dumping stuff into? I only have a handful of more modules, though. Heck it, we'll just put them in these chem plants over here. Chem plants are really low on power too. I'm grateful too, because it looks like the furnaces aren't too spicy either. Maybe they'll become spicy when we switch over. I mean, they'll definitely become spicier when we switch over to like the bigger ones, I imagine. Oh heck, it's so sad. Everything looks fine for a little bit, and then suddenly the accumulator does this absolute nosedive. Stupid wind power. You're making me look bad. Okay, what if we make like 400 wind turbines? That way when they're all at their minimum, it still meets our satisfaction. Jokes aside, I can't remember what I was working on, so I assume all I was doing was setting up this thing over here to burn excess power and excess nitrogen. So assuming that's all I was working on, let's go ahead and go back to making more stuff in the mall, particularly the pylons. I feel like the pylons are going to be important for the future. I mean, they're definitely going to be important for the future. Plus, we don't have power poles automated anymore. We have them in a box somewhere, but we don't have them automated. So back up to our prison of automation. I don't really have a totally satisfying thing yet. Oh, but you know what else we can do too? Hold on. I do want to do this, but I wanted to do this check as well. Have I really not done 1,000 compressed nitrogen yet? Surely I have. It says in a closed turbine specifically. Let me go smack a closed turbine down so that we can just like vent it and get that progression point done. I want to get that done so we had more researches potentially to rip through while we were working on other stuff. Closed turbine 1. My beloved. There's really nothing in there. I guess you're not on right now, huh? I'll put a chimney at the end and we'll just forget about this for now. The extra nitrogen will just be shot into the atmosphere and it won't be a big deal. I could technically just pump it back in there as well, but I mean, that's probably more efficient if I'm going to leave this here and forget about it for a little bit. I don't know. It's my first day on the factory job. They put me into a thing, shot me into the atmosphere, and told me I was a von Neumann probe and good luck. And I was like, all right. Did I get any guide or anything? And they're like, yeah, you'll have checkpoints. I'm like, all right, thanks. Jokes aside, without the checkpoints, I'd probably be a lot more lost. So I'm really grateful for them. We'll make a one-way valve here. And then put the aforementioned one-way valve here, and then we'll put a pipe over here. Those will kick on eventually, whenever the wind starts to blow again. We're making plenty of lubricant at least. There is actually a guide, you're probably past the end of it though. Ah, nuts. Unlucky timing. Alright, you need plastic, iron rod, iron wire. You need insulated wire, which I think we actually bring over here, do we not? We do, it's right here. Oh my gosh, I did it on purpose. You didn't realize that I did it on purpose, but I totes did. That's actually super convenient. It makes this a lot simpler. So we will need to make the iron wire and the iron rods, but that'll be simple enough. You're doing fine as the wind that isn't blowing its way. Yeah, heck you, Mother Nature. Take that. Do a little bit more for this relationship. I'm doing all the heavy lifting. I want to make this work, and you're clearly not putting in the effort. Okay, so iron rods and iron wires. Iron wires requires one more foundry as well. Take this over to... Wait, no. Iron wires takes iron rods. Never mind. I had this set up before. I forgot, though. All we gotta do is get... It's gotta move up one, actually. It's gotta move up two, actually. That should be fine. If we can get iron down here, which is totes doable, we should be good. I'm really glad I opted to do this bus. I was like kind of debating just not busing for a while because I was like, we'll wait until we have much more things figured out. And I still don't feel like I have enough figured out, but I figured out that that was a good idea, I think. Void Cascade Atrum, I appreciate the raid. Hopefully you're doing just stellar today. So I imagine that wind power is the same everywhere, but it'd be cool if wind speed for far apart wind turbines could be different. That would be super interesting. I very much appreciate the raid though, once more. Thank you, thank you. So we're feeding in our stuff here. We need plastic as well to come across. How doth we get the plastic across? Why, well, we bring it up one and then split it across and then right down here. What is this supposed to be? Oh, this is nothing now. Wonderful. Nothing is good. I can go for more nothingness right now. We finished our checkpoint for energy storage utilization. There's power poles. One, I don't think I'm going to store any power pole ones. I think those are going to go straight into here and then progress onwards. We'll move these upwards so they're a little bit more aesthetically pleasing to follow the design of what we were doing before. And then we'll make these heckin' long boys. But probably long boys in the right spot. There we go. Much better. So now we just need some aluminum rods to come around as well. So we'll go for aluminum rod, which takes just aluminum ingots. Oh my gosh, here we go. It never ends, I swear. Okay, this is fine. I'm being dramatic. It's not that big of a deal. I'm not often dramatic, so it's probably like a shock to the core to hear me be dramatic, and I apologize if that was jarring. But it'll be fine. We'll make it through, one way or another. Honestly, I think I'm gonna just direct feed this. You need steel beams as well. I should have pulled steam at the same time. No, I'll be a drama queen. Have fun with it. I appreciate it. Very, very much appreciated. I am having quite a lovely time, to be honest. Cool. So this feeds in here. Goodbye, Crystal Rock. What if we kept you, though? Nah, you gotta go. What if we kept you, though? Nah. We have another rock we put lights around. I thought about it. So now we have power pole 2s done. Unfortunately, we're going to want to store these 2s as well. So I'm going to have to ruin the aesthetic a little bit, I think. Can we make those in a small assembler? Hold on. We can make 2s in a small assembler, but I would want the bigger ones. Unfortunate. No big deal. This normal Factorio, is it a mod pack? This is the Nullius mod pack that we are currently doing today. And thank you so much for the follow. So kind of you. Where the heck are my steel beams? There they are. Okay, so we gotta bring steel down next. So I thought I already did this for steel, and the fact that we didn't kind of shocks me. I guess I did it for all the other stuff, but not steel. So let's replicate this once more. Heck, I ran out of belts, which is a little bit unfortunate, but it'll be fine. Surely, assuming there's belts. If there's not belts, it's not fine. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. If there's not belts, it's really not fine. But there is belts, so we are fine. So we'll let it go for now. Cool. So we'll bring steel down here. We'll direct feed that as well. I'm out of inserters. However, we now have cooler inserter available. We actually have an inserter upgrade. Oh, we need to make up the other belts too. It's been a very mall day today. Yesterday was reorganizing, but today was very mall-y. How much harder does it make Factorio? If I'm gonna be honest about it, like, this is really tough. Like, I'm not really good at Factorio. I want to lead with that one for sure. And I like doing things that are like actively harder than I'm comfortable doing, if that makes sense, which kind of is redundant because like I'm more comfortable or less comfortable with the hardness on it. But it's a lot harder. I would say that it is probably about 3 times as hard as the base game. It's kind of hard to quantify it though. Maybe someone else has more insight on how to put it. Every time I tune into someone playing Nullius or Pi, my brain melts a little bit. Mine is melting too, I promise you. No biter attacks to deal with. True, there's no biter attacks at least, so that's something. I did Ultra Cube before this, which was really fun, which was a lot less complicated than this in the sense of like automation, but had really fun solves to do and really interesting things to deal with. But I do feel that this is much, much more complex in the grand scheme. For better or worse, I'm imagining this is probably going to take me, I kind of said it before, but I'm thinking it'll be about 250 hours. Maybe I'm overshooting by a lot. Ultra Cube took me like 80 or 90, I want to say, and Base Game took me like 130. So I'm guessing this will be like 250, but it might be higher. 3 to 5 times harder sounds about right to me. It definitely is way harder than I am prepared for it, but we're doing it anyways, 'cause that's fun. So not for me. My brain goes too much on normal Factorio / Space Age. I feel you, but like, I don't know. I'm kind of a glutton for pain sometimes. I have no idea how much like game is left either. I guess we can kind of check, huh? Can we see what the end game is? The lowest tech I can see is personal transportation. This can't be right. I guess they're not showing us the WinCon yet, maybe? Can we see it down here? We have unlimited techs. Capability for software to theorize by non-rational means. What the heck does that mean? Ah, it's lab productivity. Okay, interesting. Okay, the fact that there's like an upgrade for dealing with biters later on is very worrying. I'm guessing Evolution 7 is probably close to the end. I have to imagine. The WinCon is not on the tech tree exactly. Oh, interesting. Last research is LAMP. Is it? I didn't even notice. It is LAMP. Holy cow. I started Pike got overwhelmed, got swapped 100 times cost Space Age instead. I was doing a Death World marathon with my roommate. We haven't played it in a little while now, but we got to the point where we got off Novice, and I was doing Gleba and she was doing Vulcanus. And even, I think marathon is 10 times? I think 10 times science. That takes forever. I don't even know if it's 10 exactly, but that one is rough, so I can't imagine 100. That's very impressive. You have to send out more von Neumann probes to replicate yourself. Oh, they said that at the start and terraform the planet. That makes sense. We simply have to make more of us. Simply start a family, but you are the family. This is good though. Now we have automation for a few things we were really hurting on. So we have Power Poles 2, and Power Pole 2s are dramatically bigger than Power Pole 1, which is good. They're like little mini substations, as well as the ability to have pylons stretch apart. So this was a good thing to upgrade. We still need to do belts though, which is another checkpoint for us. So I guess we'll do the belt automation next. How many Mikos is too many? That's a question for you to answer. How much Miko can you actually handle at your strongest? Where the heck are belts? There are belts. So it's rubber motor, belt, steel gear, lubricant. Actually, surprisingly very easy to set up. This being said, our belts are like here, so we'll have to rip them out and build them up here, which won't be too bad. I think I'm yoinking motor is somewhere around here too, right? These are motor 1. Are those motor 2? We need those are motor 2. So we're gonna have to set up the automation for motor 2, which we are putting off for a little bit. So, motor 2, which does not take motor 1, which is good. Change this over to an underground. We're also going to want to have one more of these making a splitter. I could probably only handle like a quarter of a Miko personally. That's reasonable. Knowing your limits is very important. I can hardly handle a whole Miko on my own. Good thing we have chat here to help. That's the idea. If you all work together, I have faith in you. So we're gonna have to reuse our underground belts. I believe we set up automation for our red pipes and stuff, but it's down here. But we're gonna want to nab that up on a belt as well. So we're gonna want underground pipes on a belt coming up here to feed into our underground belts too. Is that why they're red? I didn't put together that the belt 2s are all red, so that's why the pipe 2s are red. Love that. That's cute. We have logic circuits made already. Granted, they're being used, but I think we can probably nab those. I think this is going to be a quick upgrade for us, and it's going to be faster belts, which is cool. I like this. This is good. This is logical. I do find it strange that we need... I guess we really need lubricant for the belts themselves and not for the splitters. I feel like splitters should need lubricant out of everything. I don't know why. Regardless of that, let's start with the motors because those are like the hardest part effectively. Everything else is gravy. Plus we have a line of rubber up here as well, so we're good to go. So motor 2 is insulated wire, which we do technically have right here in this very convenient spot. I should make another maker for insulated wire. I'm probably not gonna right now. No, we should make a second one almost certainly. What if I don't, but I really should? Oh, it's so tough. Like, it's so easy to just not deal with it. What if we put a haste module in here, jokes aside? Like, we need to make haste modules for the regression checkpoint anyways. But that might actually not be a terrible idea for one of the few spots. If I'm going to use it for the bus like that, it might not be bad. They're not used anywhere else. How do we make a haste module? Right, they need to be in that tiny thing. Surely the haste module is just a similar recipe to the other one, right? It is. So it's a logic circuit, a green wire, and then an arithmetic circuit. So they both use green wires to make them. I could probably fit that in here somewhere. I imagine if I lay it under the belt, maybe. I didn't realize they'd use the same general stuff. New plan. We're going to redesign this. Okay, I should have really removed all the inserters before they went crazy there, but that's okay. Here's my thought, right? These have like one unique thing each that they need. It's the different type of combinator. This one needs the memory circuit, whatever you want to call it, the normal combinator. And this is the arithmetic one. So as long as we make it, which this also takes these here, we can just put them on belts, then take them elsewhere, and then make our things. We can probably make them down here even with a little bit of ingenuity. So let's just bring it around here. Maybe a little bit too much ingenuity. This might be a little dangerous, but it feels logical to me. All we need to do is put the two combinators we need on two different things. This will also get us some progress so we can do more research. This is a good thing. This is a good choice. I should probably make more module makers realistically, but for now, oops, I shouldn't have done that. Module. This is like really space efficient if you think about it too. So then we just put two more inserters. Oh, I don't really like that. We have to move that one, but that's fine. Boom, much better. So now we just put two more inserters. We have them be long ones, and then we just, what the heck did I just do? Don't do that. Sorry. Right, then we go boop, boop. You're now a long inserter instead. So then we have that be memory circuits and arithmetic circuits. And these are already memory circuits being made. So we simply have two different outputs for them. I'll pick this up as well. One output will be here and the other one will be here. Going into this maker, which is going to be an arithmetic maker, which already eats stuff from this belt here, so that makes sense. Then it just needs aluminum wire. And we have aluminum wire right here, not totes being used. Oh, this is getting so spaghetti, though. I'm so sorry, but I can't help it. That's really not what I wanted you to do. But I do appreciate your enthusiasm, my lovely inserter. This is going to be a little bit cursed, so I'm going to ask you to avert your eyes just for a moment. Honestly, you might want to keep them closed. This is starting to get really bad. All right, we upgrade our power poles. Let's upgrade those to power pole 1. I'm also going to move the refractory bricks down to here and then put, not 1, sorry, over to 2. And then put our pylons up there as well. It should help quite a bit with spacing. Cool, so now logic circuits will go in here. These two will go onto a belt, and then I guess we need to underground it technically. Oh no, wait, this won't work because the spacing. This will work. I'll make it work, actually. Now it'll work. This is such a mess. Holy guacamole, but it's fine. Belt crimes. You were supposed to keep your eyes closed. But yes, belt crimes. You are correct. It is certainly belt crimes. I'm gonna just send some down here because I ate a bunch of them, and we don't really need that many circuits right now. Keep a few just in case, though. Cool, so now we should slowly but surely output both types of these. This will at least push our progression. I'll make it so we're limited to a stack of each, though. But it wasn't that different. Like, we already had that space. I just moved them over here effectively, taking advantage of a little bit more space we had. And now I'm going to go slam that over there because we are, like, completely out of this wire. I don't think it's going to really solve the problem, to be honest with you. I should have just made a second one. But look at that. Now it makes 0.8 per second, and we get, like, 9 per second in total. Not 0.9. Literally 9. Regardless, once these fill up, it won't be so bad. Probably. But this is a profoundly greedy build. But our materials are also kind of hurting. They're actually looking really fine. Never mind. This is just greedy. Except for the aluminum. Did the aluminum break in the meantime while we were doing stuff? It appears that my ruling doesn't really work well anymore. It's making it so those don't run at all. I had it set up so it would never back up, but I don't think it's very good anymore. I'm going to try to replace it and just do an input priority splitter. I think I over-designed it slightly. The mall grew so much today already. That's crazy. I feel like I've made no progress at all, though, which is an interesting feeling, right? Because I've been doing it for a while, and surely I've, like, logically made progress. All right, so all we're going to do here is disconnect this wire here. That's it. Then we'll input priority. And we'll hope that'll be good enough. And if it's not, then that's unfortunate. We have done a demonstration now, so we can research nitrogen chemistry, which allows us to do compressed hydrogen and compressed nitrogen into ammonia. Ammonia can go into soda ash. And I think soda ash and bucket of sand makes glass that we could blow for some crafting experience, theoretically. Where's the soda ash from the bucket of sand? I don't remember. I haven't played old school RuneScape in a while. Glass making. So we can already make glass, but we're getting a separate glass recipe. I'm willing to bet it's more efficient. Regardless, let's research this for now. We'll have the climatology available at some point too. Looks like there's pump jacks as well. I realized now that we don't have pump jacks, so what else can we go for in the meantime? Right, we're doing the underground belt logistics. Let's try to at least get this and this before we end up wrapping up. Consume 2,000 fresh water. Oh, we do have a well. I forgot. Where do you put a well? Does it just go anywhere? I've got questions. I need to know. It looks like it's a pump jack, but surely you don't just pump jack the water, right? I haven't seen a spot for it. Well, we're gonna find out. We're also gonna need to consume fresh water as well. Oh, there's so much to work on. I kind of like the sound of all the things running, though. It's kind of relaxing, like listening to rain. You ever think there's a possibility you might be some kind of nerd? Because I just said something and it immediately gave me a pause to believe that I might be some kind of nerd. Surely not, though. It's unlikely. Where is our lubricant? I think it comes somewhere. It's here, but I thought I went into the factory itself. It does. It goes over to there, so we'll just yoink it from this side. Honestly, we just grab it from this side of the tank, may as well. Efficient enough. Bring it across here. I crunched the numbers and there's absolutely no way you're a nerd. Oh my gosh, thank you. That's such a relief. You have no idea. I was getting really worried about it. This spot kind of ultra stinks for what I want. So let's move it a little bit as well. That's better. You didn't get your free nerd card with your copy of Factorio? If I did, I might have just thrown out the mail, to be honest. I'm kind of bad with that. I'll just get the envelope and go, this is probably just junk mail, and then toss him. Steel gear, belt 1, motor 2. Right, motor 2. We should make motor 2. We've only gotten like 1/4 of motor 2 done. And by that, I mean even less than that because of how ridiculously in demand the insulated wires are now with these new demands for it. It will level out. That's the thing. Like the insulated wires look really bad right now, but it will level out with time. But it is bad and I should improve it, but I'm not going to this second because I really just want like a moral victory right now of getting through a few of these processes. I think that's the balance for me and how I'm going to make it through this mod. It's going to be like balancing like doing something right and then just like doing it to get to the next point so I can like feel alive again, kinda. Let's set this up in the meantime. So we're going to want to do steel gears, which is going to be the 2 primary steel ones, which are sheets and then rods into a thingy. What? This thingy. What do you call medium assembler one? Cool. So that's the steel gears done. The belts are done, and now it's just bring over rubber. All right, this is super duper easy. Extremely easy. We will need to do another set of underground belts. Kind of running out of them right now as well, which is a good thing, I'll say. Oh no, I have an odd number of underground belts. One of the most horrifying things to discover, it's like when you get partway through the movie and you find out the best friend of the main character is actually the villain. Absolutely brutal realization, but we are out of underground belts. I'm going to limit these to 1 from now on. I'll grab a stack now because we're going to be upgrading primarily to belt 2s from here on out because they're consumed in this recipe here. So there's no reason to store a bunch of them. Unless we want to belt weave, but I'm going to not belt weave whenever possible, or whatever you want to call it. The technique in which you have it so that a belt... This is not the right material. Our aluminum is gunk too. The technique in which you have a belt, like, go under another one. You do like a red belt and a yellow belt. You know the thing I'm talking about? It's got a name, I'm sure. I just can't think of it. Honestly, I think I'm going to just bring this all the way down and then across. Do we need rubber for anything else? No, just for this step. Rubber comes down here. Boom. So that is this coming out here. I should move these over a little bit. I've definitely heard it called belt weaving wonderful. Oh, honestly, what if I hypothetically... I know I asked this earlier, but what if we did put our belts together? But strictly in Minecraft. But I don't think I'm ready to put my belts together otherwise. Perfect. Cool. So... Wait, you also need steel. I didn't realize the steel gears were so competitive. I just kind of lucked out that this one needed it too. I've been bouncing through these 2 different recipes. Cool. Steel gears will come down here, feed into here. We also need steel rod and steel plate on their own, so we'll make that simple. We'll have this feed out here and have this one feed out here, and then we'll have it go under. I don't actually think this can really fit, now that I'm thinking about it. Whoops, I should probably make it so this doesn't do that. Wait, am I a genius? Hold on, does this actually work? Can you separate a belt by doing this? If I filter this for rods, right? And then have it so the rods go out this way. Does that fix the belt? No, I filtered it for the wrong rod, so it won't fix anything. That kind of does work. I mean, before it can get theoretically backed up. But that kind of rocks, actually. I've never done that before. I quite like it. We'll commit to it. Oh no, we can totes load it just fine. Make that a little bit bigger. Cool, I've never done that before. Usually when I have this kind of situation, I just try to solve it somewhere else. Okay, so motor 2 is done. Motor 2 feeds into here, so we can start bringing up belt 1. Belt 1 currently feeds out to here, or I guess gets put over here. I think we'll pick up belt box 1 altogether. And we'll change our output priority like this. So they will only have the belts come up here. I guess theoretically I could also have the plastic come up. Do we need plastic for any more steps? I'm guessing no. It's a firm no. So we will go ahead and to try to rescue our belts somehow. You can sort of see a path here, and it looks like a good spot for it. We've gotten really lucky on a lot of our design where it just kind of like works where it needs to. Oh, not there. It's one more. Oh, no. I can underground here to fix it a little bit, though. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Looks good. Looks good enough, at least. There's an award for you here for innovations in spaghetti. Just throw it out. It's for someone else. It's just junk mail. This is kind of cursed, though. This is the wrong inserter to do. Alright, but we have successfully upgraded to Belt 2, which is much cooler than Belt 1, and that's why they invented it. So if anyone asks you if Belt 1 is so good, why is... Yeah, well, Belt 2 is right here, buddy. It does exist. It looks like the recipe itself produces 8 Belt 2s at the cost of 10 Belt 1s, so it's more expensive than the Belt 1s, but I'm glad that putting in 1 motor 2 is 8 belts out. That does kind of comfort me a little bit. So for these recipes, we need to go down a line. So we're going to want to do 2 things, one of which is to load here. This requires underground belt 1 and underground pipe 2. Underground belt 1 is here, so I'm going to pick up this one, and then we're going to hopefully be able to sneak it across somehow. This is where it's going to get a little bit cursed, which is to say, what's really the difference from what I've been doing this entire time? It really got bad after a little bit. I was like, I'm going to make this mall look so good. You have no idea. It's going to be awesome. What we should do, though, is we should preemptively put these both on a belt together. I think my inventory is full, so let's go quickly get rid of some garbage. I mean, realistically, I can just feed belt 1s into here. That should give me some space, at least for now. There's enough space, though. Nope, sure heckin' not. I'm gonna make a new box of shame, I think. Just don't tell anyone. Oh, actually, hold on. Making a box of shame give me infinite space. I said infinite space. I meant like enough space, not infinite space. So we'll do one more underground here. This is so cursed. These actually go on the right side as well. So we need to do an inserter there. And there we go. Now I have the other ones that I needed to get across here, which is, I'll be honest with you, more than a little bit cursed. It does have me feeling a little distraught just looking at it. But it works, and that's the important thing. I'm gonna also manually put some of these in. And by put those in, I mean put them on the belt, because I'm thinking my inventory is gonna be too full to actually do anything with them right now. Plus, they should be on the belt anyways. We're evolving. We're a red belt family now. Kind of. Red belt-ish family. I wouldn't completely accept the fact that we're red belts yet, but we are getting close. Nitrogen chemistry 1 complete. Any more research to do? None for now. This is not the spaghettiest I've seen, but it's getting there. The fact that it's getting there, it both feels like an accomplishment and like one of the most shameful things of all time. It's a really fascinating feeling. Thank you so much. I'm like kind of ashamed, but also like it could be worse, so it's not so bad. Sweet. So we need underground belt 2 to feed. I should have made those like slightly closer, actually. I guess I still can. That way we can just have it go like this instead. Have it be a long boy. We stand a long boy here for sure. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Looks good. So underground pipe 2. And then logic circuit, which is already extremely overworked. So I'll probably just make a fresh one of those. Actually, it's really not that overworked, apparently. No, it's totes overworked, but it won't be that overworked forever. But no, I'm going to make a different one. These used for so many different things. This is where I draw the line. And most of it's like already right here. I'll make it on the side over here so that we can just immediately feed this stuff. What else do we need? So we need the aluminum wire, which is already sort of available right here. So we can just go swoop, make that a little bit longer, and we're good to go. What is my bot doing exactly? Not enough empty Roboport robot slots available. You can stay with me. Ah, never mind. I figured out your problem and I've identified that it's a real one, and to compensate, I will in fact put down a large chest. I hope that that solves all of your problems. I will not be explaining any further, and I do appreciate your cooperation. Have a wonderful day. Okay, so plastic and then graphite, which we have a line of here actually. Getting it out is going to be a little bit cursed, but actually not as cursed as most things we've done. Which is really saying a lot, since this is like on the lower end of cursed stuff we're doing right now. But cool, now we're making our own separate logic circuit thingy for our belts. So that's done for that one, and then we just need to bring up our underground pipes. So I'll make a belt for this briefly. Do you have inventory expander equipment? That's a good question. I don't think we do right now. We have mining tool. I forgot we actually got fabrication tool too. I should have made that already. I forgot. What is that item on the far right of it though? Is that the spent version of the aluminum? I think it might be. You literally do I? Third row from the bottom. Oh, no, I totes do. You're right, I do. Hear me out. You're right, I do. However, consider 0.3% speed penalty. Think about how much time that'll save over like a bunch of hours. Over a bunch of hours. Definitely not saved by the fact that I won't have to run over and repair or drop off my stuff all the time. All right, maybe we'll make some of it. All right. You make a really compelling argument. I've thought about it. I've heard your reasonings. Maybe we should make it, but we're going to be slower. 1.5% is huge. Probably not that huge, realistically. Try and see if you like it. I'll absolutely try. It's a good suggestion. I completely forgot we had them. I remember seeing the speed penalty on it initially when they first popped up, and I was like, I'm never going to do that. But now they suddenly sound very, very, very appealing. So wonderful. Good to know. So we have some steel plates available to make some of those now. We've made a new tool. Our armor doesn't have that much space. Something we need to kind of worry about a little bit is that I forgot I ate one of my batteries. I don't want it to end up being that we suffer from our solar panels. Wow, that actually just ate all of our power. I'm guessing it was because because we're crafting and it's nighttime. 16 kilojoules energy per second with a 5 megajoule internal battery. I think it was just filling the internal battery. Yeah, because each of these are only 3 megajoules each, so it'll be fine-ish. We could start running the generator too if we make some hydrogen. Oh my gosh, our inventory is so nice now. I know it's only 10 more lines, but it really goes crazy. It doesn't really feel like we're much slower either. At least I can't notice it. Cool. So, right, the pipes. The pipes are like a wicked far distance, unfortunately. They're all the way down here. I can't change the length of that when it's not there. Or maybe I did the wrong input. Maybe I can't do it on the map. Surely I can do it on the map, though. I'd be surprised if I couldn't. Alright, so new plan. Whoop. We're gonna do pipes. Those are really, really quick, too. Very impressive. I quite like them. And all we have to do is bring these pipes upward. Do we need anything else up there at the same time? Steel sheets if we can afford it. However, we have a steel line right here, so we can certainly make steel sheets of our own. So I'm not sweating it too much. We can leave the box of pipes there and we can pick up our pipes. These will be our crafting pipes. I feel kind of terrible cutting through this area, so I'm going to try to avoid doing that. Though it will be kind of tight, so... I'm going to actually go underneath. That makes me feel a lot better about it. So we'll go here and we'll go across here. Underground here. Then we'll need to swoop around a little bit. There we go. I think that's a little bit more palatable. I feel bad encroaching on this build. Although this build doesn't really like do much. Like it does some, but it's never like fallen behind. I'm just nervous that one day I'll need to expand it and have to move all that stuff. That's a future Miko problem, and future Miko loves problems. Oh, right. I can put on this belt here. Wonderful. Boom. Done. So now I have the circuits available here. Move this up here. Bring it across here. What a cursed build. The pipes are done. So now we're making underground belt 2s. We have belt 1. We're making belt 2. We're going to make splitter 2 as well, but we need to make steel sheets really quick. And then we're done on the upgrade. I know. I'm as shocked as you are. I thought it might go on forever. We'll make this into steel plates and then into steel sheets. So plates into sheets, and then we'll put our... I really like the long-handed inserter flexibility, actually. Having one less item in my inventory is really what I like about it. So this is very cursed, and we have finally made it through. Let's bring this across here, and then boom. Our setup is done. I apparently did not done it well enough, though. So let's have it so that this will be like this, and we'll copy it and then we'll paste it so that they go this way. That way we can have our 3 boxes with our extra stuff stored up there, and then we can have our upgraded belts. I would say kind of deserved, but I feel like we could have done it a little bit better, but it's done, you know. Should be a progression point soon as well. Have you ever played with the Bob's Adjustable Inserters mod? I don't think I have. What does it do? I'm not super familiar with the name, at least. Oh, it's so nice, though. I should just, like, put these belts here and feed them somehow, but I don't see a really good line to do it. I actually totes do. It's a little wild. It lets you pick up and drop pointers of your inserters independently. That's crazy. No, I certainly haven't. It sounds really fun, though. Sounds kind of OP. Not that it's like a big deal or nothing. I don't really mind if it's OP inherently. You do a 90-degree angle or at the diagonal at some researches? That's really cool. Those ones are baked in the C block when you get around to that? Yes, I'm really excited about C blocks. That's super exciting. That makes me even more happy about it. I'm toast down for it. They seem fun. I noticed that these inserters are Bob's Logistics ones, but I assume that the angles aren't a thing. Or maybe we'll get them at some point, but if nothing else. There's inserter capacity in our near future. Inserter. Actuation 4. Whoa, inserter 4 looks crazy. Inserter 3 looks crazy as well. Oh, that one's a bulk inserter specifically? Ah, okay, 3 and 4 are considered bulk inserters. Weird. Maybe I'm down for it. Okay, so this is gonna be slow, but we don't mind. Also, the power hasn't like turned out in a while. The wind's been kind of, yeah, look at this. The wind has just been like perfect because we haven't watched it for like a while. 10 minutes ago was awful. Now it's just blowing. Everything's fine. I think you're right, second list changes. That's awesome. I'm super looking forward to it. Did I forget to bring the steel all the way over? Wouldn't you know it to be true? I certainly did. Celebrated a little bit early on that one. We'll use a few more yellow belts to rectify that and then put them back over here. Cool. So place 10 underground belt 2 is a requirement of ours, so we can now start upgrading to underground belt 2 and hit the checkpoint really quick. Any more researches? We do automation 2, small assembler 2, as well as medium assembler 2. We'll queue that one up as well. Sensors. Isn't sensors right before something important? Maybe not. What is a sensor? Monitor factory remotely in real time. I mean, it sounds cool. I don't really know exactly what it means. Wait, what? Oh my gosh, speed module 1 exists and it doesn't have a power penalty. Okay, modules are actually really cool. The productivity module, I assume this is, called yield module 1, has an energy consumption up and a speed down, but a productivity of 3%. The speed modules are kind of crazy, though. Very interesting. Cool. Oh my gosh, we have beacons in as well. The distribution of efficiency is 0.5 and the module slots is 1. So they're not going to be great to start. Robot logistics. Does that mean we're getting close to roboports? Where are they? Flying robot frames. They've got to be close. Oh, they're right here under flying robot frames. Oh my gosh, we're so close to robots. I didn't realize we were this close before. This is so exciting. Oh, I'm really excited about this. What else do we need for it? Traffic control. That's it. We have all the researches. We just need to wait and we can do roboports. Oh my gosh, moving everything is going to be so much more convenient. I'm so excited about that. It's such good news. Oh, I wouldn't say I was getting tired per se, but I'm certainly happy to see that roboports are going to be available. I think the first thing I'm going to do is execute order put Lego bricks everywhere. Because we do have like thousands of them, and we'll walk around much quicker on the Lego bricks, so it'll be a good thing. I remember seeing, I think Flip, you were the one that sent me the task speedrun, and they were like placing belts behind themselves and then like picking up the belts and like turning them and stuff to like move quicker. It was kind of crazy. Surely your power grid can handle it. Yeah, you're probably right. I kind of forgot that roboports take power. It's fine. It's fine. We'll work through it. That's the thing. We can work through anything. We've been through so much together, chat, that we'll be able to make through it. We'll be fine. Everything will be fine. We just need to not stress it. The important thing is not thinking about how screwed we are. Because it'll work itself out some way. Some way might be another, I don't know, 400 wind turbines. Who could say? Could also be nuclear power, which is pretty close to where we are now, kind of. Oh no, the crush dreams. I'll never say anything. No. By all means, definitely continue to crush my dreams. Again, if I'm not humbled, what you did there was make sure that I wasn't disappointed later. It's very important to just kind of nip it in the bud ahead of time. It's really funny. No, we'll be fine. We'll figure it out. The task is bonkers. It really is. It's such a cool watch. A really, really cool watch. Cool. So automation 2 is cooking. Once you get bots, you can make bots build your wind turbines. That's true. Unironically, that's very true. Oh, I had such big plans for today too. Look at this. We made like the iron rail line, but then didn't actually like start using it yet. Okay, let's make a few notes of things I want to get done. Iron stack's a big one. We would like an iron stack. In addition, we would like to do... I guess we have the new belts. We need to do automation 2 as well. So we'll go for probably over here, because this is where we make automation 1 stuff. Automation 2... We don't really have a good solve for power yet. Honestly, we have a bunch of compressed nitrogen in here, so this is at least doing something. It's stemming the tide. We could potentially justify more open turbines. Theoretically, I could also make more storage and have it so that... I was like, what the heck is that sound? I thought that was something outside. I think it's the surge compressors kicking on with very little power. I genuinely thought that was like someone like scratching on my walls or something. That was freaking me out. But it's fine. It's because our power is getting good-ish, but then not good. Either way, we need to work on power. I've made a note like this like several times. We are probably out of power frowny pace. We gotta make that shorter so it'll fit. No power frowny face. Even better. So the iron stack is not something I'm necessarily rushing into, but it is something we can do whenever. What I'm thinking is we'll probably pick, let me rename that actually, new processing area. So I think our new processing area is going to be here-ish, probably above the base maybe, because we just have so many things. We have the bauxite here, we have the calcite here, the volcanic gas I don't know exactly what we're going to use for yet, and then we have the iron chain coming down. The only thing we're missing is sandstone, I think, if that's what it's called. Not sadstone. We actually do have a sandstone here as well. So like, there's just a boatload of materials here. Maybe we'll put it more over there though. Regardless, we want to set up a new processing area. I want to set up automation too now that that's available. We did pylon automation, so we can remove that from the list, which is good. I think I really just need to get a grasp on like how to do the power. A grasp, a grip, whatever the word would be. I'm struggling here. What do we do? I want to make more of those solar thingies. We kind of thought about that before. Let's actually set up automation for making these, but are we going to use the solar collectors for a long time? That was what deterred me before. It doesn't look like it's too bad to make, other than the fact that it's going to need water in. We seem to have an excess of it anyways. I could bring normal pipes up as well. Grispit? Aw, it really is Grispit though. I was struggling. If we get bots especially, I mean, how far are we from normal solar panels? Are solar panels kind of bad in this? We're really approaching solar panels quickly, actually. Believe it or not. Build or equip. Oh, interesting. I could take out my solar panels and put them on the ground. I didn't realize. Good to know. I still want to know what the heck an Android 2 is. Like, I get the idea that we're going to replicate ourselves at one point, but why is there an Android 2? Can we have Android 2 do things? That'd be so interesting. I thought you already had some solar panels in the mod. Start with you with a few. Do I have some out on the board as well? Oh, I do have some down here. You're totes right. They're like over here. I think I have some in my suit as well. I completely forgot we had those down there because they were so far away. The mod does start you with some of them. They start like damage though. It's a really interesting concept. You start with like a bunch of like unusable things that you can repair with like basic materials in the beginning. It's a crazy like cool tutorial to get started. It'd be like a lame Spidertron. Oh no. You can swap bodies. Alright, that sounds kind of cool. That would make sense if the Spidertron was like our final form. Because we're a robot and a Spidertron's just like a really cool robot. Really makes you think. I don't know what it makes you think about, but something for sure. Let's work on one more thing. Let's get one more thing done. I guess automation 2 is the most logical, or I can wrap my head around power more. So something notable about power is that the compressed nitrogen like fills up fully. Maybe we just want to store a bunch more of it. But granted, these aren't going to be enough to put us over the edge. Currently, these are producing 10 megawatts when they're kicked on. Our base has a demand of 40 megawatts. I can knock it up to 20 megawatts by making 4 more of them. That might not be a terrible idea, and then expand out the nitrogen storage. That'll be good stored power, at least. It's pretty easy to do, so let's start there. I'm going to touch on power a little bit. I don't think it'll be a proper solution, but seeing that we've actually backed up on that fully means we can store more. So we should consider taking advantage of that. So I've crafted 4 more of the, these need to be open turbines, not closed ones, right? Whoops, let's go ahead and swap those over. Cool. So I've crafted 4 more of the open turbine 2s. Those are good to go. Let's also make some more medium tanks. We should probably automate tanks at one point. But like, this is legitimately just sitting here, and it could pump more. So like when there's times of really good wind, I think we should be really like more eager to fill up our tanks. I really wish tank 2s were red. I know that it's like not that big of a deal. But like if everything else too is going to be red, why not tanks? If I copy these so they keep the state, they look like they totes do. Very convenient. This has less efficiency because it's a closed one. I'm gonna just get rid of that one for now. The reason they kick back on is because they can store a little bit of their nitrogen inside of these as well. So they were just running to store more nitrogen, which is a good thing. This is ideal. The setup's not the best, but being able to run like 20 megawatts for at least a little bit while the wind is all gunked up could be good for now. I mean, it's not going to be bad. Clearly, we can improve it. So let's work on what's working and make it gooder, better. One of those words. It'll be awesome. Trust me. Or it won't. At which point, still trust me because it'll probably be awesome eventually, I guess. We'll get there. We need to grab a little bit more steel. Cool. My favorite Daft Punk song. I really started feeling it when I was saying those words. I was like, don't do it. You can't start quoting Daft Punk. People aren't going to take you seriously anymore. I guess I don't actually need that there, huh? These can just exist on their own. Alright, so this doubles our storage and then doubles our output of it. So it should still burn at roughly the same pace. I mean, literally the same pace, I suppose. Maybe there's some variation, but this will be good. This is a little bit more power. It's still only half of our factory on its own, but it's something. So let's go ahead and work on automation 2 as well. I think maybe after I set up automation 2, I'm probably gonna, I mean, I don't know. I was gonna say maybe I'll go eat something and take a break from streaming. I don't know. We'll see. I'll set up automation 2 and see how I feel. My head's kind of ouchy right now, but not ouchy enough to really justify leaving, you know? So this requires small assembler 1 and then small assembler 2 and medium assembler 1. So we're gonna need both the smaller ones we have down here. So if we can, we want to build this down in this area. So we'll work on automation 2. I think having like all of the upgraded automation buildings and stuff available to us is going to be like a really like nice mental push, you know? Don't overdo it. I appreciate it. I'll be fine. I just really didn't sleep last night, and I think I'm hitting like the wall where it kind of slams at you, which is really annoying. Okay, cool. Belt 2s, excuse me, are available to us. I saw that said technology cortisol is research, but it's traffic control, which is good to know. Mining 2 is now available as well, which gives us a buff to our mining speed, as well as fancier miners that are nice. I was really hoping one of these would have productivity built into them early on. That'd be quite nice if it did, but it doesn't. Aesthetics, I forgot about the rock picker. Everything rocks, never mind. I'd say get some rest. All right, fine. We'll take a break after this then. I appreciate y'all caring. I'll be fine though. Thankfully, I'm basically invincible. Mostly. So I think we're going to disconnect these now and use this spot here to load these belts together. I apologize once more for the cursed belt placement. You know, people are like, oh, my eyes were bigger than my stomach when they order a meal that's too big for them. My eyes were too big for my factory, apparently, because I thought all this was going to fit easily. Sure, there are non-zero amounts of cortisol produced passively by the factory. This factory for sure. Factories in general, I could believe it as well. So cool. Now we have our different types of assemblers coming through. We'll probably do it this way. because the mini one needs to go downward anyways. We're going to want to hold on to small assemblers too, because remember, while assembler ones are cool and great, small assembler ones specifically can make things like efficiency modules, which these ones can't. So there are different recipes in some of them. So we are going to need to keep track of both of them. This needs fabrication tool 2. This needs small chest 2, as well as splitter 1. The splitter 1 is interesting. I guess I can just drag this belt across, which is something. Our first red belt. Oh, so exciting. It was interesting. Ultra Cube, was it? Did not actually have yellow belts. I believe it started at red, which I really, like, kind of vibed with. It was kind of cool. Alright, fabrication tool 2 and small chest 2. So how do we make small chest? I don't think I've ever thought about small chest before. Okay, so it's small chest 1 into small chest 2. Small chest 1 is super easy. Small chest 2 is also easy. Let's do a little bit of a chain here. Small chest 2 over here. Gonna need to bring over iron and need to bring over steel for the respective things, as well as rubber. I think rubber kind of already comes around here, so we might be able to nab some of it. We totes can right here. Ultra Cube tortures you a bit, but it's also nice in small ways. It's true. Genuinely, like, I feel such pride in figuring out how to do the quantum decoding. I watched videos. I did my homework. I really put in the effort for that one. What else do we need? I'd rather keep it to a less belts if I can. Iron and steel. Probably fine just to bring this on its own then. Wait, do you need steel sheets? Because if so, we're kind of in luck. We do. Can I also put steel rods on the steel sheet line? Sure heckin' looks like I can. Oh, nuts, it's slightly too far. It'll be fine. This gets us a whole extra thing done. Your decoding setup was nice. I really appreciate it. Genuinely, it was probably the most, like, proud I've been in anything I've done in Factorio. It took a lot more brain power than I was prepared for, but it was very satisfying at the end. So, here's the thing. I'm gonna do another cursed belt foo here. But it's also kind of incredible at the same time. Aw, nuts, I can barely not fit it, I think. Maybe the red ones go, like, wicked far. Alright, never mind. It's just easy every time. This is so cursed, though. I really need to start building upward from here on out. I would say congratulations were in order. It genuinely was, like, it felt amazing. I felt so smart in that moment. Although, like, if it broke because I ran out of materials, I did have to, like, go put a single canister into a single inserter, and then it would kick on and work perfectly. But I'm going to count it as being fine anyways, because it ran 100% of the time on its own, as long as I didn't run out of materials. And then it had to have, like, one really weird thing happen. I probably could have set up a switch or something to make it so that it would reset properly, too. But I like it. I'm still proud of it either way. So we need iron, what is it, rods and sheets. So sheets are from plates. So we're going to need to do like this. We'll do iron plates and then iron sheets and then make this into an iron rod over here. And we'll have it feed like this. These will go feed out here and then these will come, I guess, over here. We can move this all a little bit. This doesn't really have like a unnecessary load zone. I just want them to come down here at the end effectively. So I'll have this go up and then we'll have this go across here. That's the iron fed to make the iron chest. The iron chest will go, or small chest, excuse me, will go into small chest 2, which will also take the rubber and whatnot that I brought over here already. So I'm a little concerned we're going to run out of belts. And it's like a legitimate concern that we are going to run out of red belts. Should be able to finish up this build at least. But currently we don't make them wicked fast because they're used for a lot. Surely we have slightly more belts sitting around somewhere. Oh no. Why are there no steel plates? Oh, because of the thing I said that could potentially happen. That's funny. I understand. I'll remake this. I was like, the reason I don't do this is because it gets all gubbed up, and then I still committed to it anyways. So we'll just do it this way instead. And we will use some yellow belts to sneak around here. And there, that should be fine. I will go ahead and slurp a few more yellow belts for the moment and use those to reconnect everything. I will need to eat up the belt to make it function again, but then it should be fine. Wonderful. Cool, so there's some belts. Granted, it's 8 belts, which is not the best, but it's, you know, 8 belts more than we had, and we figured out that it was broken, so it would have stayed broken until we took the time to fix it. When I think about it like that, I consider it a win. Alright, awesome. Probably should put down those other machines to make this function that I thought I had. Those are foundries. I'm going to make another note. Foundry automation needs to be done because we're going to get Foundry 2 and we're going to want them automated. So Foundry automation. Oh my gosh, look at our mall. Like once you zoom out, it's a lot. Okay, so you need small chest 2, which is now done in fabrication tool 2. What the heck is fabrication tool 2? Alright, this thing we just made. It's motor 2. Oh gosh. I really bit off a lot here. That's fine. We're like almost done. Once we finish this, the red wire and stuff is pretty simple. This is the only hard part left, so we will persevere. Makes handcrafting faster? It sure heckin' does. We made one just a little bit ago. I just completely forgot what it was. Do we have fabrication tool 1 set up? We do. Because it was used in something. Small assembler 1 uses them. It's currently not being used literally at all, so if we can take advantage of it, I would sure heckin' like to. And it looks not bad to sneak it out either. So I'm going to do that. We'll adjust this to a longer length. My current Nullius playthrough is Lazy or Bastard though, so I can't use them. Doing Lazy Bastard, I combined Lazy Bastard with the one where you have to go to Volcanus and get a artillery before you blow up a nest. That was a really stressful playthrough, like shockingly stressful. I didn't realize how rough that was going to be, but it was not easy. Keeping your hands clean, that's the one. Yep, certainly. Like, I knew it wasn't going to be like a walk in the park or anything, or at least I assumed it wasn't going to be. But that was actually really tough. Okay, so those are coming through there, which is nice. We need steel rod, capacitor, motor 2. I think I'm making motor 2s around here, but they're really high in demand. Are these motor 2s being used all the time as well? Oh, right, those are the motor 2s that are just sitting there. Keep your hand clean is way worse. It's true. I got in the habit, or one of my chatters told me that you could like change a setting to make it so you can't accidentally handcraft. I think that helped me like a pretty tremendous amount. But keeping your hands clean was a pain, although it got kind of fun because after a while it was just like effectively camping them with lasers as they spawned. Which is a little bit messed up, admittedly, but it was fun. Okay, so we're gonna make a new motor 2, I think. Because our wire finally backed up. So I can Triple dip the same wire for like the 500th time. Yay! No consequences for me. This is such a bad idea. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I should really be more careful. Alright, what else do you need? You need steel plate, you need steel rod, steel gear. Most of which we can make like right here. So steel gear. Whoops, that's the wrong one. Steel gear. You've got your stuff here for steel gear. We don't actually have normal steel coming down in plates, which is unfortunate. We do need plates. Are we making any steel down there? This is iron. Alright, maybe we need to... I mean, we can make the steel and bring it down, to be honest. Don't we have like extra gear wheels just doing nothing, living its best life over here? We sure heck can do. Is it truly an efficient factory if we just have gear wheels sitting on belts? I don't think so. I think it's quitter logic to say that's good enough. You can tell the further I get into a Factorio stream, the further I get into like, what if we just don't remake it and instead of just take what we have? It's a really bad habit. I can't help it. Alright, so those are the gear wheels done. What else did we need down here? It was plates. So I'm going to try to put plates on here as well. Shockingly enough, we have plates available fairly nearby, but not like a really easy way to yoink them. Just kidding, we have the easiest way to yoink them of all time, and I was mistaken. The pasta must flow. I really hope you're in the mood for Italian, and I really hope someone brought some sauce, because we're gonna need some, for sure. Alright, this is like done though. Like, jokes aside, this is like looking good. I mean, it's looking, if nothing else. I wouldn't say it's looking good, but it's looking. Right? So now all we need to add in is the lubricant, which we have right here. Can save some pipes, put this over here, and then put this here. Boom. Motor 2 is now made on its own once more. I think we have capacitors kind of close, right? Capacitor. So, short answer, no. Longer answer, kind of. Longer answer, nothing a few underground belts can't fix, for sure. This is really getting cursed. I'm so sorry. Oh no, I don't want to belt weave though. I forgot whatever the heck this is happened. Oh, I really don't want to belt weave. That's fine. I could do something way more cursed. Yeah, that'll be fine. Actually, it's not even that much more cursed, to be honest with you. It's like totally economic too. Hold on. Wait, this is what they don't tell you about in Factorio school. That's the wrong direction. Behold. Repurposed belt. This is getting so cursed the further I go into it. I'm gonna come back to this tomorrow. I'm gonna boot up stream. I'm gonna hopefully sleep. I'm gonna boot up stream. I'm gonna look at this and go like, what happened here? Whose fault is this? Because it surely can't be mine. But it's gonna be my fault. And there's nothing I can say about it. Look at those belts though. I mean, it's kind of efficient. We haven't been able to build up belts yet, so it's like, it's fine. I'm just being efficient or something. You wouldn't get it. It's not a phase either. Is this like done now? So kind of. We need repair packs. Everything else is good. Repair packs are surely quite simple. Self-repair packs. Interesting. So plastic logic circuits for repair packs. Why are logic circuits? I guess technically they're like not just combinators in this, so it makes sense. Tired hands make tangled spaghetti. Honestly, that's so true. Whoever built it dealt it. So true. Genuinely so true. Aluminum carbide. That's like one of the most devastating things a girl can see, really. Like everything's going great and then you realize you need some aluminum carbide at the very end. Like at the finish line. That's gonna be a long belt. That's gonna be a very long belt. I will bring it over. But that's gonna be a long belt. Self-repair packs imply imminent methods of incurring damage. Oh, you know what? I thought about the fact that it meant incurring damage. I did not think about the fact that it was imminent. Very much the like hold shift to run moment. You know you're getting desperate when you start using undergrounds to save on belts. Oh, mining 2 is done at least. I think what I'm gonna do, if I could fit the carbide across here, actually be a lot more convenient. We'll try to fit it across. I don't know if it's gonna go well. I'm gonna do this line first and we'll connect it later. There's kind of a line here where the carbide can make it across potentially, but I don't know if Reds can do it. Oh my gosh, it's like it's meant to be. You can already do it, getting run over hurts. Oh, that's fair. I didn't think about the trains. I guess I'm more afraid of the local wildlife just popping up. Like, I'm not entirely sold that this isn't just like a horror experience where you are playing Factorio. Why are there no horror Factorio mods? Someone make those. I will play them. I want to be scared while making a factory. Is that weird? If that's weird, don't tell me it's weird. But tell me in a nice way, actually, because I kind of want to know if it's weird. But I think that'd be cool. I don't know. Just like some sort of pressure to the whole experience. I don't really like horror movies or anything that much either. But still. I think it's a scary one that makes night pitch black. That sounds rad and like a good use for lamps. I like that. Fighters attack more at nights? I'm on board. There are several, for example, fun mode, smiley face, smiley face. Why the smiles? That makes it so much more foreboding. I'm scared that they already exist, to be honest. I thought I was like cracking new ground. But the fact they already exist means they're probably already pretty messed up. Well, this has been truly cursed, but we have found a way to get the carbide over. Not horror per se, but Factorio gets pretty intense. Is fun mode like something people know about? I feel like I'm really out of the loop. I played, I want to say it's referred to as the spiritual successor to Warptorio, but I played Warp Drive Machine with a few of my friends. We never finished it, but we got fairly far into it. It was really fun though. I'm joking, but fun mode is kind of a special kind of evil. What makes it so evil? Or is it one of those things where it's like better to experience the evil yourself? I'm interested though. Surely it's tongue-in-cheek fun. Fun mode makes lots of changes, for example, removing building grid alignment. Alright, that does sound kinda evil. Very funny, admittedly, but kinda evil. This is such a cursed build. I should have just went... I think it makes tree explodes if you walk near them. See, that's what I'm looking for. That would genuinely get me, though. I would be, like, legitimately scared, I think. Aw, that needs to go up to the repair packs. Never mind. I didn't even, like, get the rest of this stuff for the repair packs good yet. What else do we need? I mean, the gears are easy. We can yoink those wherever. These belts are so heckin' quick. Let's actually bring that down one. It'll line up a lot better. Okay, so that looks fine. I mean, it really doesn't look fine, but it functions, which is what we're going for right now. You bring in these. Those are now fine. What else do you need? You need logic circuit and plastic. I made a new logic circuit maker, right? Is this the new one? I think this is the new one because it's not being eaten right now. Really weird that my bus is suddenly going downward. I don't know when that happened, but there's just like a bunch of stuff that just goes down now. Oh no. I know Future Me's gonna want to remake a bunch of this too. Alright, so that's logic circuits good. Now we just need to bring over plastic. And then this is done. And then the repair packs go into this. And then this is done. And the fabrication tools, too, go into small assembler with small chest 2. Small chest 2 doesn't currently have an output. So we'll put those together onto the same belt. And then bring that across here in a beautiful final cacophony. Can you have a cacophony of something that's like cacophony, however you say it, of things that are like not sound? Can you have a cacophony of like belts? I don't know what it is, but it's a beautiful mess, but it's our beautiful mess. So we have small assemblers 1 done. Our small assemblers 1 going to medium assembler, or excuse me, small assembler 2 going to medium assembler 2, which now needs a few more things. We also need to bring this all the way up because that's not done yet either, but it's close to done, which is the nice thing. We'll bring that up over here. The carbide goes up here and then goes into the repair pack. We grab some more belts. Also, you can fall off cliffs and break your neck. That's rough. I can't believe I've never heard of this before. What a crazy concept. Okay, now this is actually done because it has carbide. We're making small assemblers too. They're loading into here. Aluminum sheet, red wire. Those are all we need. And then we're done, I think. So, aluminum sheet is easy. Red wire is also easy. We have a... I'm gonna call on this one more time. Whatever the goodness this is, we're gonna do one more yoink through. The final one. I promise. This is it. This is what we trained for. This is just like the simulations. Maybe a little different than the simulations, actually. I'm gonna move these a little bit to the side for the sake of convenience here. One more. We also did a research, apparently, aesthetics one. Oh, we can make the thing with the rocks next time. The thing with the rocks. Okay, so our red wire comes down here. We can underground it over here. And we underground it one more time here. And then we decide we want to move this down one because we shouldn't have done this while we were tired. Cacophony comes from the Greek word kakos, meaning bad, and phonos, meaning sound, so it's being useful for something to make out than sounding. Good to know. I haven't taken Latin for a long time. But we did learn Greek words in it. Cacophony sounds like it'd be a name of a group of animals, a cacophony of camels. I really like that. It's only the final one because there's physically no more space to dig in. That's very true. You're not wrong about that one. That's very, very true. But the remarkable thing is we had enough space to make it work, right? If there's a will, there's a way. If you really want to make it work, you will. So, what does this belt have on it? This has red wire going down. All we need to do now is find somewhere here to steal one final thing and put it on the red wire belt. And if we've successfully done that, I don't even know what we've accomplished. I guess automation 2 from like a legal standpoint. Now, is there anywhere nearby that we make aluminum sheets? There's 2 aluminum sheet makers altogether. One is here. Our aluminum is like completely empty again. All right. I'm just going to leave a note that says fix aluminum. It's probably just that we don't have enough right now because I'm taking the carbide out. Makes sense that our aluminum would be worse. Okay, so that's not really viable. Sheets are made from plates. Is there not aluminum plate? Only 2 plate makers. Oh, here we go. This is it. We hit our limit. I think we're gonna have to make our own. This is the saddest thing that's ever happened. I bet if your usage is compelling enough, you can get people to accept it, though. It feels like it would make sense. Because, like, I know what the concept of that word is. It's just, like, a lot of nonsense, right? All at once. And I'm really feeling like a lot of nonsense all at once right now. Alright, let's plug this in really quick. Really quick. We just gotta do, like, a few more weird things, and then we're good. I'm gonna make it semi-on-site. Wise Wolf, thanks so much for the sub. Super duper kind of you. Very much appreciated. It's also super nice to see you as well. I did not put down foundries. Wonder what I should eat today. I have some Greek yogurt in my fridge. Greek yogurt's like so good. Maybe I'll have some of that. Some granola or something. What was I making it right? It was the... I kind of stopped thinking about food. Aluminum sheets and then the aluminum plates. And the plates go into sheets. Heck, we'll keep them far away. I should do these the other way around. There we go. Bread with cheese does go crazy as well. Sounds like a solid choice. Okay, so the factory's like dead right now. However, this is aluminum sheets, technically. So I'll bring the aluminum sheets down here. And one more. One more underground. I'm kind of in disbelief out of what this turned into. I was like, I'm gonna be so careful, and then this happened. Oh, I gotta move you down one. However, and it does genuinely shock me to say this, we've got automation done for medium assembler 1 and 2. But also automation done for literally everything that's not in this small spot right here is what we did today. This was locomotive on its own. This whole setup is just locomotives. These are the updated power poles. We got modules done. We did a lot of stuff. Our resources are hurting once more. Got a little bit of power storage, but it kind of just dumps it all whenever the wind stops flowing for a while. Holy guacamole, that was a lot though. Trimmer unlocks red belts and thinks she can do whatever she wants. I do. Check this out. Bet you've never seen this before. Yeah. Take a moment. You think I could just not do that? Now I can. But on that note, I'm actually done. I'm so tired. It's not sleeping well last night really took its toll on me. This is going to be fun to see next time, though. I'm going to be really fascinated with whatever happened here, probably. Your hubris disgusts me. Your greed sickens me. I apologize. My hube tends to get out of control at times. Regardless of that, thank you so much for watching. Hopefully you had a nice time. I had a lovely one. Tomorrow's going to be more Factorio Nullius. Thursday's going to be Back to the Heavens. And Friday's going to be Final Fantasy 3. So please be sure to check in and hang out if you want. Love having you there. ! Discord if you want to hang out and chat with people. And other than that, have a lovely day. Bye for now. Bye, 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 bye.